Hey everyone, welcome to this Java Spring Boot Microservices course. I'm Ashok, a software engineer passionate about building real-world scalable systems, and I'll be your instructor throughout this journey. If you have built CRUD applications before and want to move towards real backend engineering, this course is for you. Because this is not just another theory-based microservices course. In this course, you will build a complete airline booking and reservation platform, a production-grade distributed backend system inspired by real airline and travel platforms. Together, we will build features like flight search, seat management, fare pricing, booking flow, payment integration, notifications, authentication, caching, and distributed transactions. You will work with technologies like Java, Spring Boot, Spring Cloud, Kafka, Redis, MySQL, JWT Security, Docker, API Gateway, Eureka, OpenFan, and Resilience 4J. But more importantly, you will learn how backend engineers think when designing scalable systems. This course focuses on practical implementation, real architecture patterns, and production ready development, not toy examples. So, if you are ready to build something that strengthens your backend skill and portfolio, let's start building together. Now, let me show you the live demo of our project. First, let me sign in quickly. Okay, after sign in, I need to search the flight. So, let's search the flight from Bombay to Kolkata. Bombay to Kolkata. Now, let me select the departure date. Then passenger will be 2 and cabin class will be economy. Now let's search the flight. Okay. So for Bombay to Kolkata, I have two flight. Now guys, we can filter this flight by airline. So first let's try to filter it by airline. Let's say if I want only Vikrant Airlines flight, I can check this. And currently Vikrant Airline doesn't have any flight from Bombay to Kolkata. Let's say I want flight from Siam Airline as well. But Siam Airline also doesn't have any flight from Bombay to Kolkata. So now let me select the Adi India. So Adi India currently have two flights from Bombay to Kolkata. Okay, and I can filter this flight by departure time as well. Like I want only morning flight. So I can click on the morning. So in morning, currently I have only one flight. If I want afternoon flight, I can select the afternoon. See, and guys, you can see the time range for afternoon 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. And if I want only evening flight, which are from 6 p.m. to 12 a.m., I can select that as well. And then I have night flight. Okay, so currently for night and evening, I don't have any flight, but I have flight only for the morning and afternoon. So let me select here anytime. And same guys for arrival time, then max duration. Like if any user wants only those those flight whose duration is only 3 hour. Okay, maximum 3 hour. So they can filter by the duration as well. Now let me select any one flight. So let me select this afternoon flight. Click on the select. And here guys, you can see the different fares of economy class. If you want if you want to change the cabin class, you can change from here. Like if you want premium economy, so see the premium economy fare. Then we have business fare as well and first class fare as well. And below guys, here you can see the fare benefits. Okay, these are different from each other. Okay, now let's go to the economy class and let me select this standard. And when I click on the view price breakdown, you can see the price breakdown as well. Now let's go down. This is selected. Let's click on the continue. Okay, on the top you can see the flight details. Then we have a trip secure. So in this trip secure package, you will get this coverages like lost baggage protection, baggage assistance service, trip delay protection, trip cancellation coverages, etc. And if you want this trip secure package, you can click here, yes, secure my trip, and amount will be added to the total amount. And if I skip it, like no, I will skip this, amount will be reduced. So let me click yes, secure my trip. Then important policies. Inside important policies, you can check the baggage policies, like one piece is allowed, okay, 20 kg, and this is for check-in baggage. And for cabin baggage, 7 kg one piece is allowed. Okay, now let me minimize this. After that, we need to provide the traveler detail. So guys, if you remember, we select the true passenger. Okay, that's why here you can see the two slot for traveler detail, like adult 1 and adult true. If you select only one passenger, then you will get here only one form for the passenger detail. Now let me provide this detail. Full name is Ram. Let me provide here Raghuvanshi. And gender, let me provide the male. Select date of birth. Okay, so let's provide the date of birth. Then in adult 2, let me provide this time Mrs. And let's provide the name here Pranjal. Name, last name is Virani, or let's provide the Raghuvanshi, because in Ram we have provided Raghuvanshi, so here also let me provide the Raghuvanshi. Gender will be female. Date of birth, let's provide this. Then we need to provide the contact information. So whatever information I will provide here on this email, it will send me the booking confirmation ticket. Okay, then guys, we need to select the seat for each passenger. So let's select here. First seat is already booked. Okay, so book seat you will not allowed to select, but these seats are available. So let me guys select this window seat, 2A for passenger 1, and for passenger 2 I'm selecting 2B. Okay, first is window, second is middle. Then guys, you can select the meal as well. And if I want to categorize meal, okay, filter meal by category, like if I want only vegetarian meal, I can select only vegetarian. If I want kids meal, I can select the only kids meal. So let me select one vegetarian meal. Okay, after that guys, if you want extra baggage, okay, you can add it from here. Like if you want a 30 kg bag, then you can add from here. See, one check baggage is added. And if you want to increase the quantity, you can increase from here, 4 baggage, 5 baggage, etc. And price will be changed accordingly. And guys, second we have extra check baggage 20 kg. Okay, if you don't want this 30 kg, you can remove it, and you can add this 20 kg baggage as well, and accordingly price will be changed. Okay, then you can see some important information like check-in information, baggage rule, and travel guidelines. Now let's click on the proceed to payment, and it will generate the payment link and redirect me to the payment page. So currently it says booking failed, payment service is temporary unavailable. Let me check all the services are working fine or not. So I will open the Eureka dashboard here and check all the service is up and running. Where is the payment service? There you go. Here we have the payment service, and payment service is up and running. So let me click on the proceed to payment again. Okay guys, so payment is initiated successfully and it has redirected me to the payment page. Now quickly let me finish the payment. Okay, so upon successful payment, it will redirect you to the booking confirm. Now let's click on the view all bookings, and here guys you can see check all your bookings. Okay, so this flight currently we have booked Pranjal Raghuvanshi and Ram Raghuvanshi, two passenger, and when I click on the detail, you can check the detail as well, like passenger detail, then seat details, meal details, and this trip secure we have added. Also we have added this extra check baggage as well. Now by clicking on this view ticket, I can check the ticket as well. Also guys, I can save this ticket as well. Okay, so status currently you can see the confirm, and let me save this ticket. Okay, save or print. So let me save as a PDF. I can download this ticket. Let me do one thing on the YouTube where I have the YouTube directory. YouTube. Where is the YouTube directory? Yeah. And okay, inside the YouTube project, we have course inside airline. Let me save it here. Save. Okay, now let me open that. And there you go. This is the ticket, Ram Raghuvanshi and Pranjal Raghuvanshi. Okay, so yeah guys, you can see this is as a PDF format. Now also guys, once the booking is confirmed, I must get an confirm booking email as well. So let me show you that email as well. Josh airline notification and booking confirm. You can see this is the booking reference number, Bombay to Kolkata, 3rd April 2026. Now let's click on that, and there you go. You get this beautiful email. So I got two why I got this detail two time, because I have two passenger, right? I guess that's why I have get this detail two times. Okay, so see guys, this is the booking detail. Then we have flight details, passenger details, baggage allowance, fare benefit, and pricing details. Okay, now let's go back to our platform. From here we can check all of our bookings. Now one more thing guys, let's go to the airline admin side and check our seat is booked or not. Okay, so let's do that thing. This is the, I guess this is the dashboard of airline. Yeah, this is the airline dashboard, and inside this is the overview of our dashboard. This is recent flights, and this is all aircraft. When you click on any aircraft, you can see the cabin class details. Okay, when you click on the view seat map, this is the aircraft seat map you can see. Okay, so guys, this all are managed by the airline admin. So as an airline, currently you can see I'm logged in as an airline admin, so I can edit the seat map, like right side three seats I have, and left side also three seats I have, so I can change that layout. If I want left side only two and right side three or four, I can do that things. Okay, So that power guys airline admin have, and he can add new aircraft, then he can add a new flight as well. Also he can create a fare rule, he can create the baggage policy as well, then schedule the flights. Okay, then ancillary, in flight instance he can check all the instances. So guys, currently in which flight we have booked the ticket. So let me select the date 3rd April. Okay, in this flight we have booking for Ram Raghuvanshi and Pranjal Raghuvanshi. So let me click on the view and I will show you. First let's do one thing, open one new tab. Here guys I will show you the all the bookings. Okay, let's go to directly booking. Why I'm changing the here. So all bookings. Okay, here guys, as an airline admin I can check all bookings of my airline. So I want to check details about this booking. Let's click on view and there you go. These are the ancillaries added, payment information, 2 ticket. Okay, economy, standard, fare, then passenger details, etc. Now let's go to the flight details. So let me do one thing, select the date on 3rd April, actually not 3rd March, in 3rd April I have booked the flight. Okay, so in 3rd April currently we have 3 flight. So we have booking inside FT101 and time is 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. So 101 time is not 7 p.m. Here also we have flight 101 and its time is 1 to 3. So inside this flight we have booking. Now let's click on the view. Inside the cabin you can check the cabin details. So guys, we have booked tickets inside economy cabin, right? So let's click on the view cabin details and there you go guys, our seat is booked 2A and 2B. Okay, if you remember we have booked the seats. So yeah, you can see seat 2B and 2A. For Pranjal Raghuvanshi we have 2A and for Ram Raghuvanshi we have 2B. Okay, so that detail guys you can check here. Now let me close and now let's go to system admin dashboard. And yes, inside the system admin dashboard, as a system admin I can manage airport, city, all airlines. Okay, this is the Adi India. Currently inside this airline we have booked the flight. So as a airline as a system admin I can give permissions to this airline or suspend those airlines, etc., ban those airline. Like I can suspend it by clicking on this. So you can see it's suspend, and by clicking on the active button I can active that airline as well. Okay, so yeah guys, that's it for the live demo of our project. Now guys, it's not possible to cover entire airline system in just one single video. So I've created complete course for you. You can access this course using link given in the description. You can check the course content, and also guys, I have created quiz for the required classes. You can take that quiz and test your knowledge. Let me show you how quiz will look like. So you can see here microservice communication quiz. Okay, open fan with Kafka. This is the question type, time limit, and passing score is 50%. So to take this quiz, you will click on the proceed and quiz will be open for you. Then you can check the instructions as well and start your quiz. Okay. Hey everyone, in this course, we are going to build a full airline system using microservices. But before we write even a single line of code, I want to show you why microservice even exists. Because if you don't understand the problem, microservice will just feel like unnecessary complexity. So let's understand it with story of airline city. Imagine a city called Airline City. In the city, there is just one giant building. Inside that building, everything happens like booking tickets, processing payments, managing users, sending notifications, etc. Everything in one place. So, this is what we called monolithic application. Now, mono means one. So, basically, one big application that does everything. Now, let's understand the problem with monolithic architecture. So, now imagine this. You just want to change one small thing, like fixing a bug in the payment system. But because everything is connected, you have to rebuild and redeploy the entire application. Even the booking system, even the user system, everything goes down and come back and up. That's painful, correct? Now let's see the second problem, scaling issue. Now let's say your app becomes popular. Lots of users are booking tickets, but payments are normal and notifications are very low. But in a monolith, you can't scale just one part. You are forced to scale the entire application. So even if only booking needs power, you are wasting resources scaling everything. That's the second problem. And now let's understand the third problem. This is tight coupling. So here is the biggest problem. Everything is tightly connected. If something breaks in payment, it might affect booking. If one module crashes, sometimes the whole system goes down. Okay, so what's the solution for this? So developers started thinking, what if we, instead of one building, we create multiple small buildings? Okay, so now imagine Airline City again, but this time small buildings separately. Like booking has its own building, payments has its own building, user service has its own building, notification service has its own building. Okay, then baggage policy has this its own building, etc. Each building does only one job. Now things become much better. Because if you want to fix payment, only deploy the payment service. Okay, and you can rebuild only payment service and deploy it. Or if you're booking getting heavy traffic, then you can scale only the booking service. You don't need to now scale entire system. Next point is, if your payment get crash, your other services will work perfectly fine. Like booking can work still, then your user service will work. Okay, baggage policy will work, notification service will work, etc. So this is what we call microservice architecture. Instead of one big application, we create multiple small independent services. But guys, microservices are not magic. They solve many problems, but they also introduce new challenges as well. And we'll talk about those later in the course. That's it for this video. In the next class, we will clearly understand what exactly a microservice is and the core principle you might follow. Because just splitting code into pieces does not mean you are doing microservices. Okay, so let's continue in the next class now. Hey everyone, in the last class, we understood why microservices exist and the problem with monolithic applications. Now the big question is, what exactly is a microservice? Because just splitting your code into multiple parts does not mean you are doing microservice correctly. Let's keep it very simple. A microservice is a small independent services that does one specific job and can run and deploy its own. That's it. Let's go back to our airline city. Now instead of one big building, we have multiple buildings like booking service, payment service, user service, etc. Each service has one responsibility only. Like booking will handle bookings, payment service will handle payments, and user service will manage users. Okay, so first problem it will solve is single responsibility. Each microservice should do one job only. Earlier we have monolithic architecture that handles booking, payment, notifications, handle users, etc. But now we have separate services for each. Why? Because it's easier to understand, easier to maintain, easier to scale. And a second problem solved with the microservices is independent deployment. So each service should be deployed independently. Like if you update payment, you should not redeploy booking. You will deploy only payment service. If you has a bug in your booking service, then you don't touch the user service or any other services. You will fix bug only in the booking service and you will update only booking service. This gives you flexibility and speed, guys. Now let's look at the third problem solved by the microservices. This is loose coupling. Earlier we have tight coupling. So service should not be tightly connected, guys. They should communicate but not depend heavily on each other's internal logic. Booking should not know how payment is implemented. It should just call payment and get a response. This keeps your system flexible and safe. Now let's understand the fourth problem solved by the microservices. That is nothing but database per service. Now guys, this is very important. Each service should have its own database. Like booking service should have booking DB, then payment service should have its own database, and user service also should have its own database. So earlier in the monolithic architecture, what should happen is one shared database for all the services. Okay, and that's not the good approach. Now in the microservices, we have separate databases. Why? Because shared database equal to tight coupling again. Okay, so that's why we have separate databases for each microservices. Okay, now let's see the common mistake done by every beginner developers. Many beginner thinks I created 5 APIs, so I have microservice. But honestly, it's not. If they share the same database, they deploy together, that depends heavily on each other, that's still a monolithic application. just split into files, but it's not a microservice architecture. So you can think like this: microservices equal to small independent businesses. Now each business has its own responsibility, has its own data, works independently, communicate when needed. Okay, so now you understand what a microservice is and the core principle behind it. In the next class, we'll see how these services actually communicates with each other, because that's where things get really interesting. REST APIs and event driven system. So let's continue in the next class. Hey everyone, welcome back. In the last class, we learned what a microservice is and the core principles behind it. Now the next important question is, if all services are separate, how do they actually talk to each other? Because in real system, booking service needs payment details. Payment service needs user details and so on. So communication is everything. Let's go back to our airline city. Now we have separate buildings like booking service, payment service, user service, but these buildings still need to communicate. Booking needs to ask payment, hey, did the payment success? Payment might need user information. So, how do they talk? Uh, the simple way is REST APIs to communicate with service. One service directly call another service and wait for response. Example, booking service call payment service. Process this payment and give me the result. Now you can think of it like a phone call. You call someone, you wait, they respond. It's simple, right? But there is a catch. And what is that catch? What if payment service is slow or down? Booking has to wait or it fails. This creates dependency between services. So while REST is simple, but it's not always the best solution. Now comes a more powerful approach. Instead of calling directly, service send events. Example, booking service says payment requested and it sends this message to system like Kafka. Now what is Kafka? So I will tell you next. Think of it like sending a message, you send it, you don't wait. The other service process it whenever they are ready. It's much more flexible, right? Okay, so now let's understand what is Kafka. Kafka is basically a message broker. It sits in the middle. Services send messages to it. Other services consume those messages. So service don't talk directly, they communicate through Kafka. Now, why this is powerful? So, with the event driven communication, services are more independent. No waiting for response, better scaling, better fault tolerance. If payment is down, the message can wait and be processed later. Okay, so yeah, guys, when you use Kafka for communicating communication between a service to service, it's called event driven communication. Okay, now you may have a question like when to use what. So simple answer, use REST template when you need immediate response. simple request response flow. Okay, and guys, as a Java developer, we have much more better tool for REST. So it's an alternative of REST template, and that is nothing but fan client. We'll talk about later in the course, but for now, let's understand the second approach, when to use event. So you won't lose coupling. You don't need instance response. And you want system should be scalable. So that time you need to use event driven architecture. Now, microservice communication is powerful, guys. Absolutely, 100%. But it also makes things more complex. Debugging becomes harder, tracking request is tricky, you need monitoring tools. So it's not a free power. You need to design carefully. Okay? Now you understand how microservice works together, REST for direct communication, and we have much more better alternative tool for REST client is fan client, open fan, and Kafka for event driven architecture. Okay, so that's it for this class, guys. Hey everyone, in this video you will learn what Maven multi-module is and why it's important when building production grade microservice system. Let me ask you a practical question. If every microservice was a separate Java project, imagine the problem. If you have 14 microservices, you would have to open 14 different IntelliJ projects. If you change one shared class, you would need to update it in every project. And managing version would become messy. One service might use Spring Boot 401, another 402. That quickly become hard to manage. So what do? We use Maven multi-module. With Maven multi-module, we keep everything inside one main project. All services live inside it. One build command builds everything. Everything stays organized, consistent, and easy to manage. Now, let's understand what a Maven multi-module project actually is. A Maven multi-module project is basically one big project that contains multiple smaller projects inside it. Think of it like a main project with many sub-projects like user service, booking service, airline service, payment service, etc. In Maven term, the main project is called parent. The parent project knows about all the modules, and the modules inherit configuration from the parent. So instead of configuring things again and again in every services, we define them once in parent. Now the best part is how simple the workflow becomes. One Git repository, single repository, one IntelliJ project, and one build command. Maven clean install builds everything. That means you don't need to build every service manually. Just run one Maven command and Maven will build all modules automatically. That's the power of Maven multi-module project. Now let's understand why multi-module. Imagine you are starting a tiny airline called Zosh Airline. At the beginning, it's just you. You sell the ticket, you clean the plane, and you fly the aircraft. Everything is simple. You only have one rule book. that explain how airline works. In our Java project, that rulebook is like one pom.xml file. Now your airline becomes successful. Joe's airline grows and you hire 15 employees. Each person start making their own rule. One person decide ticket should be blue. Another person decide ticket should be red. One team use Java 11. Another team use Java 17. Soon everything become inconsistent and the airline stop working smoothly. So you decide to bring order to the company and you become the CEO. You create one master rulebook for the entire airline. This rulebook says things like we all use Java 17. We follow the same company standards. We all use the same logging library. In Maven, this master rulebook is called the parent POM. The employee, which represents the child modules, don't need to decide these things anymore. They simply follow the parent rulebook. And the CEO changes a rule, every team automatically follows the update. This concept is called inheritance. Now, as the company keeps growing, you now have too many teams. You can't talk to every employee individually anymore. So you create department manager. For example, the cloud infrastructure manager. He will manage service registry, config server, and API gateway. Second one is the business service manager. He will manage all the services, all the microservices or business services of your project, like user service, booking service, seat service, payment service, etc. This manager represents aggregator in Maven. When you want to check the status of the whole company, you don't contact every employee. You simply contact department manager and your department manager will talk to the team member. Similarly, in Maven, when you run Maven install, the aggregator automatically builds all modules under it. Now, you notice another problem. Every team needs the same tools. Things like logging utility, security helper, common utility classes, user DTO, booking DTO, payment DTO, etc. Instead of every team building their own tools, you create one shared tool set. In our project, this is called common library. It is not a service you can run. Okay? It's not a service. It's a simply shared library that all services can use. Every team borrow tools from this shared library. So, inheritance keeps everything consistent because all teams follow the CEO's rule. And aggregation makes building the system efficient because manager builds everything together and the child modules, means the employees, are the one that do the real work. Okay, so today we understood why Maven multi-module is important and how it helps manage many microservices in one project. Now, let's meet in the next video. Now that we understand what a Maven multi-module project is, let's look at how our project is actually organized on desk. At the very top, we have root folder called microservices. This folder represents the entire multi-module project. Inside this folder, we have file called pom.xml. Now, this is the root parent pom. You can think of it as the boss of the entire project. It defines the shared configuration for all modules. For example, Java version, Spring Boot version, dependency management, plugin management, etc. Every module in this project inherits from this parent. Next, we have the common library module. This is shared library module. It is not a microservice. Instead, it contains things that many services might reuse, such as DTO classes, enums, custom exceptions, utility classes, etc. So, instead of duplicating this code in every services, we kept it in one shared library. Next, we have folder called cloud. This is an aggregator module. Its job is to group infrastructure services. Inside it, we have service registry, that is nothing but Eureka server, config server for centralized configuration, API gateway. Now, API gateway is for entry point for the system. Each of these service also has its own pom.xml file. Next, we have another aggregator called services. Now, these services have all the business microservices. This module groups all the business microservices. Each service represents a specific business capabilities. For example, user service manage users, booking service handle flight bookings, payment service process payments, and notification service sends notifications. And again, each service has its own pom.xml file. Now, let's simplify everything we just saw. The easiest way to understand this project is to think of it as a three-level hierarchy. This is the mental model you should keep in your head. At the top, we have the root pom, airline microservice pom.xml. This is the central configuration for the entire system. Every other module inherit from this parent. Below that, we have level 2 aggregators, cloud aggregator and service aggregator. This module doesn't contain business logic. Their job is simply to group related service together. Cloud groups infrastructure service, service groups business service, finally we have level 3 child services. Inside cloud aggregator, we have service registry, config server, API gateway. Inside services aggregator, we have our business microservices like user service, booking service, flight of service, payment service, airline service, pricing service, etc. These are the actual microservices. Each service contains its own Spring Boot application, its own dependencies, its own business logic, but they all inherit configuration from the parent POM. So the structure becomes very simple. At the top, root POM, then aggregators, then at the last, microservices. Once you understand this three-level hierarchy, a large multi-module project becomes much easier. Once you understand this three-level hierarchy, navigating a large Maven multi-module project becomes much easier. Okay? So now let's meet in the next video. We already learned why Maven multi-module projects are useful and what problems they solve in microservice architecture. Now it's time to actually build the foundation of our project. In this video, we are going to create the root parent pom.xml file, which will act as the central configuration for all services in our system. This file doesn't run a service. Instead, it defines rules and structure for every module in the project. Let's start building it. Let's open the Spring Initializer here. Open this first website. Here, I'll give the group name com.josh, artifact ID, Airline Microservice, and let's keep the same name, Airline Microservices. Description, I'll use Airline GDS microservice parent, and here instead of Airline Microservice we can use Airline system as well, Airline system. Now package name, I'll keep only com.josh. Packaging will be jar for now. Later we'll change it to POM. Configuration YAML, and version is 17. Language Java, and Spring Boot version 4.0.3. Now let's explore this. Okay, and copy this. Now inside Airline, I'll create one parent folder. Let me show you that folder structure once. Here you can see we have one parent folder that is nothing but microservices. Well, inside this we have that pom.xml file. So I'm gonna create this microservices. Inside this microservice, first let's open this microservice with the IntelliJ. Inside this we'll create one pom.xml file. Now let's create a new file, pom.xml, and here I will paste that pom.xml content. Let me close this. I don't need this build, then dependency, property. I will add it later. For now, let me remove. Don't need the parent as well. And okay, here we need packaging as well. Packaging will be POM. Okay, now let's understand this property step by step. There are three important things to notice here. First is group ID. Group ID represents the organization or company name. Okay. Then usually we use reverse domain. For example, com.josh. in group ID. Every module in this project will share this base group. This will be our base group. Every modules. Some modules may extend it like com.josh service, com.josh cloud. Okay, but base will be the same, com.josh. Now, artifact ID. The artifact ID is simply the name of this module. In our case, Airline Microservice. This represents the root project. Now, packaging equal to POM. This line is very important. Normally, Maven packaging is something like jar or var, but here we use POM. This tells Maven do not compile Java code in this module. This POM exists only to organize and configure the project. It does not produce a runnable application. Every aggregator POM in this project will also use packaging equal to POM. Here we in this project will have two more aggregator. One is cloud and second one is business service. We'll see it. Now let's add here module block. The module block also important. Okay, modules. Inside this module, we keep all our modules. Module. First is okay. Common lib. Then cloud and service module. Okay, now let's understand this module. This section tells Maven these are the module that belongs to this project. So our root project has three child modules: common lib, cloud and service. When we run Maven clean install from this root folder, Maven will read this module list, determine the correct build order, build each module automatically. You might notice something interesting here. We listed common lib first. Why? Because many services depends on the shared library. Even though Maven can automatically determine build order, listing it first makes the structure clear. That's why we have kept this common lib first. Now let's add one more block, that is nothing but property block. Properties. Inside this, we'll keep Java version. Why Java version 7 is coming like that? Okay. After that, actually it's not a repository, it should be properties. So first let me fix that. Properties. Okay, Java version 17, project build source code encoding, UDF8, Spring Boot version 4.0.3 and Spring Cloud version 2025-10. Now let's understand this properties. So guys, this section is extremely important. It's act as the single source of truth for versions. Instead of repeating version in every module, we define them once here. For example, Spring Boot version. any module can reference this property, Spring Boot version. Okay. So if Spring Boot release a new version like 4.0.4 or 4.0.5, we only update one line, this one line. And all the services automatically use the new version. Maybe you have 14 microservices, you have 20 microservices. Automatically use the new version. You don't, and without this approach, you would have to update all 14 or 20 different form files. It depends on your microservice. If you have 20 microservices, maybe later you have 25 microservices. Okay. So without this approach, you would have to update all the different form files. Now imagine how it would be hard. But with this multi-module or with this parent POM, it will be very easy. One more property we have here, project build source coding. This prevents encoding issue on Windows machine, where Maven might default to window 1252 instead of UTF-8. So that's why we need to provide this source encoding. And all the machines, it will be UTF-8. Now let's add dependency management block. After this, we need to add dependency management block. Okay, so this is dependency management block. Dependency management inside dependencies. Inside dependencies, we have dependency. Now, guys, this is one of the most misunderstood feature in Maven. Even some intermediate developer also made a mistake here. So let me be clear. Dependency management does not add dependencies to your project. Okay, it will not add dependencies to your project. It only control dependency version. Here we import two special files called BOM. BOM means bill of materials. Spring Boot BOM. Second is cloud. Spring Cloud BOM. This BOM files contains a use list of dependency versions that are tested together. For example, the BOM tells Maven if someone use Jackson, use version X. If someone use Hibernate, use version Y. If someone use Tomcat, use version Z. So when a child module write Spring Boot starter web without specifying a version, Maven automatically find the correct version from the BOM. This is very important because Spring Boot is tested with specific dependency version. If you choose version manually, you might create dependency conflict. So the rule is simple. Let the Spring BOM manage the versions. Now let's understand this each line. First we have type POM. This tells Maven this dependency is not a normal library. Instead, it is a POM file that contains dependency definitions. So Maven read the dependency versions, but no code is added to the project. Now, let me ask you one question. What is the difference between dependencies and dependency management? So, dependency, add the dependency, and dependency management only control the version. Now we'll add here plugins. So let's add the plugin. Create here build. Inside this build, we have plugin management similar to this dependency management. Plugin management. Now inside plugin management, we have plugins similar to dependency. Plugins. Now let's add our first plugin. Maven compiler plugin. Controls Java compilation settings. Then second plugin is Spring Boot Maven plugin. Now let's see what is the use case of both plugins in depth. Guys, this section works similar to dependency management but for build plugin. Here we have Maven compiler plugin. This plugin controls how Java code is compiled. Without configuring it, Maven defaults to Java 8. That means Java 17 features like records, pattern matching would fail to compile. So we explicitly configure the compiler to use Java 17. Okay, here you can see we have provided Java version and this will use a version from the properties. Now we have Spring Boot Maven plugin. Spring Boot Maven plugin. This plugin is responsible for creating a runnable Spring Boot jar. It packages the application as an Uber jar. And Uber jar includes your application codes, it's your business logics, okay, and all the dependencies. So you can run the application with command like java-jar app.jar. Let me write here java-jar and app.jar like this. Jar, okay. Without this plugin, the jar would not include dependencies and would fail with class not found exception. Important details. Notice we define this plugin inside plugin management. That means child modules can use these plugins without specifying the version again. Okay, they don't need to now provide versions because we have configured here. They simply reference the plugin and Maven use the version defined in the parent. Also, one thing keep in your mind that common lib does not use the Spring Boot plugin because it should produce a normal library jar, not a runnable application. Well, it's a shareable common library. I'm not gonna write any business logic and run it as any services. So yeah guys, that's it for our parent root POM file. Now let's meet in the next video and we'll create POM for aggregators. So yeah, let's meet in the next video now. Now that we have created the root parent POM, the next step is to organize our modules. In a large microservice system, we usually group related services together. In our project, we have two major groups, cloud infrastructure and business service. Let me show you that here. You can see cloud infrastructure service and business services. So instead of putting everything directly under the root, we create aggregator module. In this video, we are going to create cloud pom.xml aggregator. This module will group all the infrastructure services like service registry, config server, and API gateway. In the next video, we will create service pom.xml aggregator for our business services. Let's go to IntelliJ and create one directory, new directory cloud. Inside this cloud, I will create pom.xml file, pom.xml. Now let's copy this XML and paste it over here. Let me remove unnecessary cheese like dependency and build. Also, I don't need the property, so let me remove this. Now guys, this will contain the parent block. So let me add here parent. Now inside the parent, I need to provide the group ID of parent POM. That is nothing but com.josh. Then artifact ID as well. So let's copy the artifact ID as well. And finally, version snapshot. So let me provide the version. Guys, I will explain this in depth. First, let me provide all the required blocks. After the parent block, okay, one more. Let me provide here relative path. A relative path. pom.xml. Now, artifact ID is cloud here. And packaging will be POM. Let me remove this. Let's change the name cloud infrastructure. Cloud infrastructure. Then description. Aggregator for cloud infrastructure. Inside the module, we'll have a service registry, then we'll have a config server as well, config server, and at the last API gateway. Okay, now let's understand this POM file in depth. Let's start with the parent block. The parent section tells Maven this module inherit configuration from the root project. So all the configuration we defined in the root POM like properties, dependency management, plugin management automatically apply here. You can think of the structure like this. Root parent POM pass the configuration to cloud aggregator, and then this cloud aggregator pass configuration to infrastructure services like service registry, config server, and API gateway. Now we have a relative path. This tells Maven where to find the parent POM. Since the cloud folder is inside the root project, the parent POM is one level up. So we use .pom.xml. This helps Maven locate the parent during local development. Without this, Maven would try to find the parent in the local .m2 repository, which could fail if the parent hasn't been installed yet. Then finally, we defined module managed by this aggregator. Service registry, config server, and API gateway module. This simply tells Maven that the cloud module manages these services. These are all infrastructure services used by the system. Now, you might notice something interesting. There is no dependency section here. That's because aggregator module don't add dependencies. Their job is simply to group related modules, pass down configuration from the parent. So yeah, that's it for the cloud aggregator. Now let's meet in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to create service aggregator. Let's go to IntelliJ. Inside microservices directory, I will create one more directory, services. Inside the services, let me create one file, pom.xml. Now, let's copy the cloud aggregator pom and paste it over services pom. Now let's update it according our needs. So parent will be same for cloud and service aggregator. So we don't need to change anything inside the parent. Then artifact ID, I will give here services. Then packaging will be pom. It will be same. And let's change the name, business service. Business services. Then let's change the description as well. Remove this description and provide aggregator for all business microservices like user service, flight service, booking service, payment service, etc. Then let me remove this module as well. So, here I will provide module user services. Okay, all our microservices will list here as a module. Okay, so guys, that's it for this service aggregator. When we create our microservices like payment service, flight service, booking service, we list them here. So yeah, now let's meet in the next video, guys. Now that we have created our root parent pom, cloud aggregator and service aggregator, the next module we will create is called common lib. This module is very important in microservice architecture. Why? Because many services often share common code. For example, DTO classes, enum, custom exceptions, utility classes, security helpers, login utilities, etc. Instead of duplicating this code in every service, we place it in one shared module. That module is common library. Now let's go to the IntelliJ and create common library. Let's create one directory. Here I will create common lib. Inside this common lib, I will create one file pom.xml. Now let's copy pom.xml from service aggregator and paste it over here. Then we'll update it according to our requirements. So the parent will be the same. com.josh, airline microservice, a version and a relative path. Let's change the artifact ID. Instead of services, I will give here common lib, means common library. Packaging will be jar. Let's change the name. Name is common library. and description. Let's give say details, enum, and utilities for Airline Microservice. Now we don't need module here. Instead of module, here dependency block will come. So let's create the dependency block, dependencies. Inside this will provide a validation dependency. Let's do one thing. Go to here, search for Spring Initializer. And add dependency here, validation, then Lombok. Let's go to explore, copy both the dependency, validation and Lombok. Here we have. Let's copy this, go to our IntelliJ, let's do here. Okay, then we can use Jakarta Persistence API as well. You can search here Jakarta Persistence API Maven repository. Let's go to open this, and there you go. Let's copy it. You can add here now. Let me remove this line, and version and scope, I don't need it. Version will come from the parent, so we don't need to provide version, but we need to provide the optional true. Why this optional true? I will explain this later. First, let me add another dependency that is nothing but Jackson annotation and Jupyter. Let me add both. Guys, both you can similarly search in the browser for Jackson annotations and Jupyter. Okay, now let's understand this in depth. Let's start with the parent. Just like other modules, Common Lib inherit from the root parent form. This means it automatically gets project properties, dependency management, plugin management. So we don't need to redefine those configuration again. Now, artifact information. We have Common Lib, then packaging jar. Okay. This packaging jar tells Maven that this module should produce a normal jar file. Unlike service modules, this is not a runnable Spring Boot application. It is simply a library that other module will depends on. Other service can use this module as a dependency. Okay, here we have our dependency. Just like this group ID, he will use com.josh group ID, and inside the artifact, it will use this Common Lib artifact. And the version, the snapshot. Once added, they can use all shell class from this module. Once they add this library as a dependency in the module, they can use all shell class from this module. Now let's understand the dependencies. First, we have validation dependency. This dependency provides validation annotation such as not null, email, size, etc. These are commonly used in DTO classes. Then we have Lombok. Now, I hope all you are familiar with the Lombok since you are a Spring Boot developer. Lombok helps us to reduce boilerplate code. It automatically generates things like getter, setter, constructors, builders. But notice we have provided optional true. This is very important for library module. Without this flag, Lombok would be transitively included in every service that depends on common lib. But Lombok is common compile time tool, not a runtime dependency. So we marked it as a optional. This means other services will only get Lombok if they explicitly add it in themselves. Now, one more optional dependency we have is Jakarta persistence. This allows shared classes to use annotations like @embeddable, but we mark it optional, so services that don't use JPA aren't forced to include it. Then we have Jackson annotation. This allows DDoS to use annotations like @JSON include. Again, we mark it as optional, so services aren't forced to include Jackson if they don't need it. Then we have testing dependency, JUnit Jupyter. This dependency is used for unit testing. The test scope means it will only be used during testing, not in the jar file. One thing you will notice is that this module does not include the Spring Boot Maven plugin. That is intentional. Why? Service module use Spring Boot plugin to create executable jar file. But this module is just a library, not application. So when we run Maven package, Maven will produce a simple jar file and other module can include it as a dependency. Now jar file will be in this format like target common lib 001 0.0.1 snapshot dot jar. Okay, common lib, this will come from the artifact ID, and this 001 snapshot will come from the version. Then dot jar will come from the packaging. If you are using Gradle project, the packaging will be where, then you will use here. It will come here where, as a where, not a jar. Okay, so yeah guys, that's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to understand the location service in our airline system. The location service is a microservice responsible for managing geographic information, mainly cities and airports. Now, other services in the system like flight service, flight hub service, booking service, pricing service will call this service whenever they need location related data. For example, which city does an airport belongs to? What is the airport's IATA code? What is the time zone of city? So you can think of the location service as the source of truth for all location data in the system. This service is mainly store two types of data. Let me show you that. City entity and airport entity. Let's understand both with an example. A city represents a geographic location where airport exists. For example, Mumbai. Some important fields we store for a city are name, as I told you, Mumbai. Name of the city is Mumbai. Then city code, BOM, country code, IN, country name India, region code AS, and time zone ID Asia Kolkata. So basically, the city entity store general information about the location. Now let's talk about the airport. An airport always belongs to a city. For example, Mumbai has the airport Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport. IATA code of this is BOM. Some important fields we store for an airports are IATA code, BOM, name Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport, time zone ID Asia Kolkata, city reference to city. Now we'll talk about much in depth about the relation later. But now let's see under address, airport address, then geocode, latitude and longitude. Now as I told you, city fields reference to the city entity. So the relation looks like this: city under airport. And remember, one city can have multiple airports. So in JPA, we use many to one. Now, let's look the layered architecture. Okay, this is the layered architecture of our system. Let's understand each layer quickly. First, we have control layer. The controller handles HTTP requests from the client. Then we have service layer. The service layer defines the business logic contract. For example, airport service and city service. This layer defines what operation that service supports. Then we have service implementation. Airport service implementation and city service implementation. This is where the actual business logic lives. This layer also handles Redis caching. Now we have a repository layer. The repository layer interacts with the database using Spring Data JPA. Airport repository, city repository. This repository performs database operations like save data into database, then find, delete, search query, etc. Now we have Redis caching as well. Airports and cities are reference data. They rarely change, but are read very frequently. For example, when searching flight from Mumbai to Delhi, the system constantly needs airport information. So instead of hitting the database every time, we use Redis caching. This means the airport data will be stored in Redis cache. When data change, we clear the cache using this @cache evict all enters equal to true. We use sig shower TTL for cache. This improves performance significantly. Another feature we support is bulk data create, bulk data import. This allows us to import many records at once. For example, importing all Indian airport into the system. If some records fail validation, they are logged instead of stopping the entire import process. Then we have a mapper pattern, DTO and mapper pattern. Here, using DTOs, we are not directly exposing entity directly. We are sending details as a response to the client. That means our API does not return database entity directly. Instead, we return response details. Now we have city response for city entity and airport response for airport entity. Mapping is done using mapper class. We have city mapper and airport mapper. This keeps our database entity internal and protected. Now let's quickly look at the main API endpoints for city. API cities, it will create a new city. Then API/cities bulk, it will create this endpoint is for bulk import cities. Then API/cities retrieve all cities. Now this two endpoint are same, but method is different. Here you can see this is the post method, and here we have get method. Now again with the get method we have API cities and ID. So retrieve city by the ID. You need to provide this ID of city, which city's detail you want to retrieve. Now search city by keyword. With this endpoint is for search city. Then update city. Here you need to provide the ID of the city. Which city do you want to update? And the method is put. Then delete city by the ID. Provide the ID of city. Which city you want to delete? And method is delete. Now similar guys, we have endpoints for airport as well, like create new airport, bulk import airport, retrieve all airports, retrieve an airport by ID, retrieve an airport by its IADA code, retrieve all airports belonging to a specific city, update an existing airport by ID, and delete an airport by ID. And finally, let's see the summary of our class. So the location service manage all city and airport data in our airline system. It acts as the central source of location information. Since the data is mostly read heavy and rarely update, we use Redis caching to improve performance. Every airport is connected to city, okay, which contains additional information like country, region, and time zone. Also, we have bulk data import and database API design. So that's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to create project for location surface. So let's go to Spring Initializer and create our project. Here we'll provide group ID, that is nothing but com.josh, then artifact ID, let's give location service. Now a description also, let's give the location service, copy and paste. And package name, let's keep it com.josh. Packaging will be jar, configuration YAML, and Java version will be 17. Now let's add some dependency. First dependency, let's add the Spring Dev tool. Then also we need the Lombok. For REST API, we need the Spring Web. Then for MySQL, we'll add the data JPA and driver, MySQL driver. Okay, so for now, let's add this 5 dependency. If you need more, we'll add it later. Now let's click on this generate button and generate the project. This project I will create inside the YouTube. Okay, where it is? YouTube. Okay, here. Sorry, YouTube project. Inside we have course, airline, microservices, and services. Let's save this. Now let's navigate to it, unzip this project. Let's unzip this, extract all. Okay, let's cut close this, paste it over here. And now I don't need this zip file, so I'll remove this and close this. Now let's open the IntelliJ, and inside services, now you can see we have location service. So let's open. And here we have resources. Inside resources, we have application.yaml spring application and name. Now let me provide the server port as well. Server port. So our location service will run on port 5004. Okay, and now we need to provide the database configuration. So data source URL, here we need to provide the MySQL URL. Let me provide that URL. JDBC MySQL localhost 3006. By default, MySQL run on 3006 in the localhost. Now here we need to provide our database name. So let me give here quickly airline location DB or YT. YouTube airline location DB. Now this database we need to create. So let me create this database first. Okay, let's do one thing. First, let's finish the configuration. So guys, we have created location service. Now we need to register, or we need to list this location service as a module inside the parent aggregator. So who is the parent aggregator of this location service? Nothing but this service aggregator. Okay, you can see inside services we have pom.xml file. Now okay, not this pom.xml is a parent, but this is the services pom.xml, and here we have user service. Let me comment this for now and create one more module, provide here location service. Okay, now since we have listed location service, this parent will know its children. Now let's go to the, let me close this, location service pom.xml. And here guys, also we need to tell Maven about its parent. So let's provide here its parent configuration. Group ID will be com.jo. So let me copy this and provide it here. Then artifact ID of this is services, and version, let me provide this or remove this, because the Spring Boot version is, guys, we have defined in the parent file, parent root. So we don't need to define here Spring Boot version. And relative path we can remove. Okay, great. Now we can remove this property as well, since we don't need here Java version, because this Java version we have defined inside the root file. Let me show you that parent block. There you properties block. There you go. Inside parent we have Java version, and all the child of this parent will use same version. That's why we don't need to provide in children. Now let's remove this, and now let's reload the Maven project. Okay guys, so earlier what happened is IntelliJ IDE is not considering our project as a Maven project. So I closed the IntelliJ once and open this microservices. Inside this .id folder exists. Remove that. IntelliJ by default, IntelliJ automatically create it. So remove that once, and again this microservice, open this microservice directory as a IntelliJ folder. So let's open this, and it will scan the project, and there you go, it's reload our project as a maven project. Now here you can see we have a location service application, so you can run that. Now let's click on run button and we can run our project. Till that let me open the YAML file of the location service. Okay, and here guys we need to provide the credentials of MySQL. So username, root, and password. Dollar 1090. Okay, this is my database credential. Now what I'm gonna do is I will open my SQL command prompt. Sorry, MySQL command line. Let me log in here and create this database which we are using here. Let's copy this. Create data base. Okay, database is created. Now let me rerun this and close this. Let's open this, and this time our project will successfully run, and there you go. Tomcat is started on port 5004. Our project is running. Let's do one thing, create one URL inside the main Java and com.josh. Let me create here one package called controller. And now inside this controller, I'll create one Java class, home controller. Let's annotate with the REST controller. Create here one class, a public home controller. And return here string hello everyone, I am location service of Airline Microservices. And let me define here return type, that is nothing but string. Okay, and let's annotate this class with the get mapping, and we can provide, okay, home controller. Now let's save the changes, and it will auto relate the changes. Once it auto reload, we can check here by running pause 004, and there you go. Hello everyone, I am location service of Airline Microservice. Now let's do one thing, guys. Currently we are not using a common library in our location service. How you can use? Let's do one thing, inside the common library, create a new package. Can I create a new package inside it? Okay, I can create directly directory main maybe. So let's create the directory called payload. Now inside payload, let's create one more directory called response. Inside this response, I'll create API response class. API response. Actually, it should be the Java class. So let's refactor, rename, and give dot Java annotation. Okay. Actually, this common lib. Wait. Let me remove this payload. And guys, we need to create here project for this main class for this common lib. So how we can create main class? Let's okay, so let's create a main class inside this. Let's create first directory src main java. Now inside this I will create a package com.josh. Now inside this package we can create Java class common lib application. Okay, our class is created. Now inside this com.josh I will create one more package that is nothing but payload. Inside the payload I'll create package response and request. One more package for request. Okay, now inside the response, let me create one Java class for API response. Now let's annotate with the data, and let me provide here field private string message. Okay, now let's close this and go to the home controller of location service. Where I have created this inside the Java. Okay, controller, home controller. So now guys, here I will use that API response data, and okay, let's do one thing. API response. Now it's not giving me to suggestion for importing API response. Why? Because we haven't add this common library dependency in our location service. Since we want to use common libraries, DTO class or utility classes, we have to add this common library as a dependency in our location service pom.xml file. So there you go. This is our locations pom.xml file. And here we'll create one dependency block. dependency. So group ID will be com.josh and artifact ID will be common lib. And let's provide the Spring Boot version. Okay, project version, not a Spring Boot version. Now let's update this pom.xml file. And now let's go to here and try to import it. So now you can see it's giving me suggestion to import this API response from com.josh payload response. So let's import this. And let's set the message here. Let's return here API response. Instead of string, now I will give here API response return type. Okay, let's save the changes. And let me check here. I think I need to reload it. So let's reload. Close this. Okay, now let's reload here as well. And there you go. Message, hello everyone. I'm location service of the Airline Microservices. So now guys, since we have add API response in the common library, now you don't need to create this API response in every services. Whenever you need, you can just use this API response. Okay, so that's the power of multi-module project. Now that's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video, guys. All right. In the previous video, we have successfully set up our project for location service. Now in this video, we are going to create APIs for city. So let's open our IntelliJ and start creating APIs for city. Inside com.josh, I will create one package called entity or model. Let's create model. Actually, let's refactor it because the model should be model. Let's refactor it. Inside model, I'll create one Java class for city. Okay. Now let's create fields for city. First, let's annotate with getter setter. Getter setter will provide the getter setter methods, then no action constructor and all action constructor. So let's provide here no action constructor and all action constructor, and also let's provide the builder as well from the learn book. And finally, we'll annotate this class with the entity. And now let's provide the ID. Private long okay, long ID. Let's annotate with the generated value and annotation ID. Let's inside the generated value, let's give strategy generation type auto and annotate with the ID. Why it's not giving give me suggestion for importing it from Jakarta persistence? Okay, it has given. Now let's provide the name of city. So type will be string name, and let's give not blank, or what you can give column nullable false. Means This column should not be null. Then we have city code. Okay, city code string and nullable false, and city code should be the unique. Then let's provide the country code. String country code and nullable false. Then let's provide a country name. Private string country name nullable false. Then let's provide the region code. Okay, a region code size should be maximum 10. And time zone ID. Private string time zone ID, name time zone ID, and length equal to 50. Okay, now all the fields are ready. Now let's create service. Create package service, and inside this I'll create city service. City service, and it should be interface, not a class. So let's make it interface and provide here method. Create city. City requests and requests. It will return city response. Okay, so city response and city request is not created, so let's create them. More action. Create class. We'll create it inside com dot Zosh dot payload dot response. Click on OK, and there you go. City response means we have created the city response inside the common lib. Let me show you that. Inside payload, inside the response, we have city response. Okay, now give me just 1 second to clean all this. And quickly let's finish this city response annotated with the data, getter setter, all action structure, no action structure, and builder. Actually, no action structure and all action structure. And all action structure. Yeah. Now let's provide quickly the fields long ID, then name, then city code, then country name, then country code, then region code, then time zone offset, time zone offset. Okay, city response is ready. Now we need to create the city request as well. So let's create inside the request, create one class, city request. Okay, let me copy all this annotation we need here for city request as well. Now first we need name. Okay, so private string name size will size would be maximum 100 and not blank annotation. This not blank will come from the validation. Message equal to city name is required. Okay, if it name will be blank from the client side, then it will throw the error, and error message is city name is required. Now same for city code. Private string city code, not blank. Message equal to city code is required. Size maximum 10. Then country code. Private string country code we need to provide. Okay. And same guys, let's copy this, not blank annotation. Country code is required, and let's country code maximum size set 5. Now country name. So country name maximum size is 100, and country name is required, not blank. Then region code and time zone offset. Okay, size for region code is 10, and time zone offset is also 10. Now let's go to city service, import this city requests. Okay, let's create other methods. Get city by id, city response get city by id, and let's give here long id. Now for update city response update city requests, and let's give here long id. Which city do you want to update? Then delete city. Actually delete city is void, not city response. So let me provide here void. Now get all cities. Page city response get all cities. Let's import this page from the Spring Framework data domain, and the same pageable. Now let's create one more service for search. Page city response. Let's import this page. Okay, city response, search cities. So we need to provide here keyword pageable. Then get city by country code. Let's copy. Same. Get cities by country code. By country code. String country code here we need to provide. Country code. Okay, and pageable. Now boolean city exists or not by city code. We'll check this by city code, city exists or not. Then validate city code. Boolean validate city code, string city code. Okay, services are ready. Now let's write the IMPL. So let me create one more package inside this IMPL. Inside this IMPL, I'll create city implementation. City service IMPL and annotate with the service annotation. Also required Axe constructor. And let's annotate, extend, implement, not extend. Implement city service. Let's add unimplemented methods. Okay, now we need a repository method for this city. So let's create one repository package. New package. Repository. Now inside this repository, I'll create one Java class interface. City response. Repository. City repository. Okay. Now let's extend with JBA repository. So when we extend it with the JPA repository, in first parameter here we need to provide the entity. For which entity do you want to create this repository? And second parameter, ID type of that entity means unique identifier. Okay, so unique identifier type is long here. If it is integer, then you need to provide integer. Now this you already know. Now let's create some methods. Boolean exists by city code. So string city code. Then exist by city code and ID. We need to check here. Boolean exists by city code and ID. Not okay. Why it's all right. Now here we need to provide the city ID and law. Okay, this method, first method will check city's ID, cities exist with the city code, and second method will check cities exist with city code and ID or not. Now find country code. Find by country code. City. Let's import this page. This method is find by country code and ignore case. So string country code and let's provide the pageable. That's it. One more method for search by keyword. Page city. Page city. Okay. Search by keyword. String keyword and pageable. Okay, now this keyword is not exist in our entity. So what we do is write here JPQL query. Let's annotate it with a query, and we'll write our JPQL query. Okay, let's give here select C from CTC first line. Second condition, where I need to provide the lower C dot name, like lower concat, then percentage sign, and here we need to provide the keyword like this. Okay. Now let's write second condition for city code. Similar, but this for city code. This is for name, and now we have for city code. C dot city code. City code, like lower keyword, and instead of where, this time here we'll have or. Okay. C dot city code, then like lower concat and keyword. Now let's copy this, and instead of city code, now we need country code. Country code, like lower concat. This is similar. Now we need for country name as well. Okay. Actually, country name, because city name is not exist. Country name. Region code. Now this is for region code. So let me give here a region code. Now let me tell you quickly, guys. This query will search city by name, city code, country code, country name, and region code. Okay, so that's it for city repository. Now let's go to city service IMPL and start writing logic for implementation. First, let's start with the create city, but we need here mapper. Okay, we don't have the mapper. So first, let's create the mapper quickly. Inside the new, we'll create one package called mapper. Inside this mapper, let's create city mapper. City mapper. Okay. And let's create a method here, public static city to entity. It will take city request and convert into the entity. First, we'll check here if request equal to null. Then finally we'll return null. But if it is not null, then city dot builder build. Okay, we'll set all the fields here. Dot name, request dot get name, then city code, request dot city code, then country code, request dot country code, then country name, request dot country name, then region code, request dot region code, time zone id, request dot time zone id, and build. That's it. Now let's create the toResponse class here. Similar guys, static, it will return city response. Inside request, it will take city entity. Curly braces. If city equal to null, then return null. If not null, then city response dot builder dot build. Okay, here we'll set static. Okay, method name is toResponse. Now let's set all the ID first. Sorry, all the fields. First ID, then name, city code, country code, country name, region code. Yeah, that's all. City code, city name, then country code, country name, and region code. That's all. Now we need for update entity as well. Okay, so let's create here public static city update entity. It will take city entity, existing entity, and request. We'll check here guys, if request dot get name not equal to null, okay, then only we'll update name in entity. Then from the request we'll check if city code is not null, then update that code into city entity. And if get country code is not null, then set the country code. If get country name is not null, then set the country name. If get region code is not null, then set region code. And finally, return the city entity. Okay. Now let's go to IMPL and start writing logic for create city. So first, we need to validate city request. Let's check here if city repository dot exist by code request dot get city code. Then we need to throw the exception. Throw new exception city with code. City with given code already exists. Now let's throw this exception to all hierarchy. Change all method in the hierarchy. Then let's import this city. City equal to, here we'll use city mapper. city mapper dot to entity. We have method get entity. Instead of get entity, we have we should have to entity. Okay, to entity. Let's use here to entity. Provide here city request. Then let's save it. A result city repository dot save and city. And now will not directly return the result, but will convert into the response first, then will result return. How will convert it? So city mapper dot to response method we have. It will convert entity to response. Let's give here result and return finally. Now get city by ID. City equal to city repository find by ID. Instead of or else throw, will give here or else null, instead of or else null, we'll give here or else throw, throw the exception. Throw new exception. City not exist with ID. Given ID. And here will return the response. So city mapper dot to response and city. Now let's throw the exception in all the methods in the hierarchy. Now for update city. Before updating city, we need to find city. Okay, which city do you want to update? So city with the ID this we need to update. So first let's find city by ID here. City equal to this dot get city by ID. Let's give here ID. Throw the exception. Or what we can give is we can give resource not found exception. Okay, no problem. Now actually it will return the city response, right? So this method will not work. So what I'm gonna do is city repository find by ID or else throw again here exception city not access with the given ID. Okay, now this city entity we need to update before. Now before updating we need to check that city is already exist or not with the provided city ID. Sorry, city code. So city repository dot exist by city code and ID not. City code and we need to provide here IT. If it is true, actually here we can just city with the code already exists. As what we can do is let's just check with the city code. Okay, city repository exists by city code. Let me remove this id file. If cities already exist with the city code which are coming from the request, then we need to throw the exception that with this code cities already exist. You need to provide another code. So let's throw new exception. City with given code already exists. Now finally we can update the city. So city updated city equal to city repository dot save city mapper dot to update. Here we'll give to update. To update method or what? Update entity actually. Update entity. And here we need to provide the city and city request. So let's provide the city entity and city request. Now let's convert this entity to response and return city mapper dot to response update city. Okay. Now for delete city. So let's copy this. First we'll fetch the entity and then we'll delete it using city repository dot delete city and get all cities. For get all cities, city repository dot find all method. We have find all, and we need to provide here pageable as well. Dot map city mapper to response. Okay, first we have find all the cities in pageable format, then we have convert that list into the city response. Now let's search. Let's implement the search method. City repository dot search by keyword. Here we need to provide the keyword and pageable, and then map city mapper to response. Now we have method get city by country code. City repository dot find by country code and ignore cache. Here we need to provide a country code and pageable, and finally map it. So it will convert entity list to a response list. Now does it exist or not? How we can check cities exist or not? City repository dot accessed by city code. Now to validate city code, actually we can remove this, but we don't need this method because validation we have already provided on the requests. Let me show you that. And yeah, city request, you can see we have already provided the validations, like it should be not null, then size should not access to 10, and this size should be maximum 5, not more than 5, so we don't need that. Now from this also we'll remove this. Okay, now let's go to here. Error is gone. Now it's time to create controller for this. So inside controller, I will create city controller. Let's annotate with the REST controller and required action structure. A request mapping. Here we need to provide our starting endpoint. So /API cities. Okay, all the endpoints within this controller will start from /API cities. I'll explain this, so don't worry about that. Now let's start implementing controller for city controller. Here we need city service. So let's bring here private finals city response. And inside IMPL, we have city repository. Okay. Let's go to the controller. Where it is? There you go. Let's create method public a response entity city response, create city, and okay, valid. We need here valid from Jakarta validation. Valid annotation for request body. City request. Okay. Curly braces. Now, city response equal to city service dot create city. Actually city service, sorry, city service dot create city, and here we need to provide the city request. That's all. We need to throw the exception, so let's throw exception as well. And finally return with response entity dot status http create http status created, and in the body a response. Now we need to annotate this method with post mapping, since this is the post method. Now let's copy this, This is for get city by ID. So it's a get mapping. So guys, when we retrieve data from the database, we'll use get mapping, and when we insert any data into database, we'll use post mapping, and when we delete data, that time we'll use delete mapping. For update, we'll use put and patch mapping. Get city by ID. Now, get mapping doesn't accept the request body. So let's use here path variable. Okay, ID. Now let's accept this ID as a path variable. Path variable long ID. And here, instead of create city, get city by ID. Now what is this issue? Too many character in character literal. Actually, it should be double code like this. Okay, get city by ID method is ready. Now let's do similar for get all cities. Get all cities with the sorting feature. So get all cities. Inside the request parameter, will accept page, page number, size, sort by, and sort direction. By default, sort direction is ascending. Default value is name sort by, and default value of size is 20. Means I want 20 records per page. Okay, and default page size is 0. Page number is 0. Now sort by, sort direction from string, sort direction, sort. So we need to create here pageable. Page request of, here we need to provide the page number, then size, and this sort. Sort by, sort dot direction from string, sort direction. Okay, it's either it can be ASC means ascending order, or DSC means descending order, and sort by means by which field you want to sort this records or list. City service dot get all cities, and here we need to provide the pageable. Okay, now let's create for update. Let me remove this, throw the exception. Okay, so update method have a put mapping, response entity, city response it will return, and in path variable will accept the ID, which city do you want to update, and in the request body, which field do you want to update, that will access here city request. Okay, inside the city request, user will provide all the fields from the client side which he wants to update. Now here city service dot update city ID and request, then delete city. Let's import this API response. This delete city will return API response. Okay, and this is not working, so let's do one thing. Go to the API response and provide here no args constructor and all args constructor. Okay, city response dot delete city by ID, and inside the response entity will return API response, new API response, city deleted successfully. Now let's create controller for search. Okay, slash search. it will return page city response, search cities. In the request param, user will provide a keyword and page number and size of the page. Default value of the page number is 0 and the default value of the page size is 20. Means by providing this, I want to say that I want 20 records per page. And if I give here 10, that means I want 10 records per page. Okay, pageable, page requests of page size. And unlike this get all cities, we don't have sort direction. Sort by and sort. Yeah, this sorting feature. Unlike this get all cities, we don't have a sorting feature, so we don't need to provide. We can just provide the page and size. If you have a sorting feature, you can provide as a third parameter. City service dot search cities keyword and pageable. Now get cities by country code. Get cities by country code. Country and country code. So this country code we need to access as a path variable string country code, default value 0 of page number and default size of the page is 20. Pageable page request dot off page and size city service dot get city by country code to uppercase. And this method for checking if it is exist or not. Exist city code city service dot city exist or not. Okay guys, so our controller is ready. Now one more thing guys, here you can see we have a request maybe API cities. So guys, this create city endpoint will start from like this /API/ cities and whatever endpoint he provided here, like in post mapping he don't have any endpoint, but here you can see for the get city by ID, like API cities then ID, like this. Okay, this ID. All right, so all the endpoints of this controller will start from /API cities. So yeah, that's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video guys. Hey everyone, welcome back. In the previous video, we have successfully created APIs for city. Now in this video, we are gonna create APIs for airport. So without wasting any time, let's get started. In the model, I'll create new entity called airport. Okay. Now let's annotate this class with the getter setter, no action setter, all action setter, builder and entity. Let me copy from the city and provide all this. Now I want ID as well, so let me copy the ID as well from the city. Okay, now we need IATA code, so let's provide here IATA code. Private string IATA code, and I will give here column unique true and the nullable it should be false. And let's give length equal to 3. Now let's provide the name of the airport. Column nullable false. Now this unique should not be true here because it's an airport name. And let me remove the length as well from here. Then time zone ID. Private string. Actually, we have given the time zone ID in the city, so we can ignore this. And the private address. Actually, address class should be embeddable. So let's create embeddable class in the command lib. Account.josh, let me create. Okay, give me just 1 second. Create new. Let's create first new package, embeddable. Address. And inside address, I'll give private string street and private string postal code. And let's annotate this with the getter setter, node constructor, builder, and embeddable. Since it's embeddable, we can embed this class. Now let's why it's giving me error. Okay, let's go to airport, import this address class. Okay, and annotate with the embeddable. Embedded. Now yeah, this much is enough. And also let's provide geocode. Private geocode. Geocode. Geocode also, guys, will create in embeddable. So geocode basically contain latitude, longitude. Geocode. Okay, it contains only latitude, longitude. And same annotation I need for this as well, like getter setter, no action constructor, all action constructor, and builder. We'll get getter setter from the data, no action constructor, all action constructor, and builder, then embeddable. Now let's import this here and annotate with the embedded. Okay, and let's provide time zone ID as well. Okay, now for final and main fields is city. City has a many to one relation with the airport entity. So let's provide city relation here. City, and relation is many to one. Means one city have many airport. And here I will give JSON ignore. Okay, great. Airport entity is now ready. Now let's create service for it. New class, Java class, airport service. It should be interface. Okay. method is create airport first. It will return airport response, create airport, and take a airport request. Okay, instead of returning directly entity, it will return the airport response. But we don't have airport response and airport request. So let's create those class in common lib. In response, I will create class airport response. Okay, for airport response, we need ID, IATA code, name, detail name, time zone, address. Let's import this address from embeddable, and geocode. And I don't need this, so let me remove it. Okay, these are the simple fields, guys, which we have used already in entity. Only those fields, but without any annotation, like column annotation, ID annotation, embeddable annotation, etc. Now let's import this airport response here. Let me show you it once. ID, IATA code, name, detail name, time zone, address, city, and geocode. Now let's create 4 airport request as well. Inside this, I'll create new Java class airport request, and we need same annotation like airport response. So let's copy all the annotations and provide here. Now let's provide the fields. Private string IATA code. Now it's not just a field, guys. We need to annotate this field. We need to validate this field before storing in our database. Like it should be not null. Okay, so here we can give not blank, and error message should be shown to the client side is IATA code is mandatory. Let's say someone is trying to create new airport, but he forgot to give IATA code, or he forgot to give IATA code and try to create new airport. Then our system will throw the exception. IATA code is mandatory. Without this IATA code, you can't create new airport. Okay, and we can define the size as well. Like at the red size, minimum size would be 3, maximum size is 3, and if the size is out of this range, then show this error message. IATA code must be exactly 3 character. And same, guys, we need to do for name. Okay, for name we don't need to provide the size, but not blank, because airport name is mandatory. Then time zone ID and address. Address should be valid. Now city ID, city ID not null. So this type is long, that's why we have given not null. If type is string, then you can use not blank. Okay, city ID is mandatory. Now for embeddable, we need to provide the @valid. Now let's go to the common lib geocode. Here we need to provide that annotation, since we are using the valid, or maybe directly it can. It can validate. Okay. Now let's import the airport request here, and our method is ready. Airport request. Now let's create another method. Get airport by ID. Airport response. Get airport by ID. Long ID. Then list of airport response. Get all airports. Then airport response. Update airport request it will take, and take ID as well, like which airport do you want to update, provide that airport ID as well. And now delete airport. Then get airport by city ID. Last. List of airport response. Get airport by city ID. Long city ID. Okay, now let's create a IMPL class for this. So inside IMPL, I'll create one class. Airport service IMPL implements airport service. Now let's add all unimplemented method. Annotate with service and required action structure. Okay. Now we need here repository. So let's create the repository. Airport repository. Let's extend with the JPA repository. And it should be interface. Now let's provide here airport and long. Let's import it. Here we need two methods. First will return airport response. That is nothing but find by IATA code. Find by IATA code. And the second method is for get by city ID. It will return the list of airport response. Get by city ID. And let's provide here city ID. Now let me import this list from java.util. Airport response. Why it's giving me the error? Airport document app or budget protection. It should be private or public. No, by default it's a public, but interface extend JPA repository airport and ID type of it is long. Get, okay, it should be find by city ID, not get airport response. Okay, actually it will return a list of airport. Sorry, it is also return a list of airport and IATA code. Okay, that's all. Now let's go to implementation and start writing implementation of it. Okay, before start writing the implementation of create airport method, let's create the mapper for it. Java class airport mapper. Let's create a method public static. It will return airport to entity, means it will receive a airport request and convert this request into the entity. Let's import this. Here I will check if request equal to null, then return null, else return airport dot builder build. Dot IATA code we need to provide here. Request dot get IATA code. Name, request dot name. Then time zone ID. Request dot get time zone ID. Address dot address. Request dot get address. And geocode. Request dot get geocode. Okay, that's it for two entity method. Now let's create similar guys to response method as well. Public static, it will return guys now airport response to response and receive airport entity now airport. Okay, if airport is null, then return null, else return airport response dot builder build. Okay, now here we need to set all the fields like ID, IATA code, name, detail name, etc. So let's do one thing. Provide those. ID, IATA code, detail name, get time zone ID, time zone. It should be time zone, not time zone ID. Okay. And analytics I don't need, so let me remove this, and build is already there. Now let's fix the airport ID. Instead of time zone ID, it should be time zone. Correct. And one more method I need here is this get detail name. So let me create here one method. Public, it will return a string, means detail name. Get details, detailed name. If city not equal to null. Okay, we'll check here. If city not equal to null. Second condition is city dot get country code is not null. City dot get country code not equal to null. Then return here name dot to uppercase. Plus in new line city dot get country code. Similar guys, you can provide city name as well. let's do that thing as well. See, okay, let's not provide the city name. This is enough. And let's return here the name. Now, if city is null and country code is null, then what we need to do is just return name to uppercase. That's all. Now, let's annotate with the JSON ignore. Okay, because when we fetch airport entity, we don't need this field. And let's annotate with transient as well. Now let's go to here and time zone. In the request, let me check. Time zone ID. Okay. So what we can do is to response time zone. Let me fix here first. Request dot get time zone. So time zone ID we are accepting from the client side, right? So we need to fetch this. We can convert this into string. We can do that thing. And in the response, we have time zone ID. Let's check where is our response. Yeah, time zone ID. Okay, let's do one thing for now. Let's command this time zone. Okay, because we already have a time zone inside the city entity. So why we need to duplicate those fields? Now let's go to airport implementation and start writing implementation for a CRUD airport. First, we'll check already airport is exist with the provided IATA code. If yes, then we need to throw the exception. Airport repository dot find by IATA code request dot get IATA code is present. If it's present, we can make here optional. Let's go to the find by IATA code optional. This is optional because it's not mandatory to return every time airport entity with the provided IATA code. Sometimes IATA code is wrong, and it will not return any airport. So it's optional. Now we can use here is present. If it is already present in our database, then throw new exception. Which exception will throw? Airport with IATA code already exists. Airport with IATA code already exists. Now let's throw this exception to all the methods in the hierarchy. Okay, now let's fetch city by provided city ID. City equal to city repository dot find by ID or get by ID. Request dot get city ID. Okay. Or else throw the exception city not found if city is not exist. Now let's create airport entity. Airport entity from our request. So for that we'll use airport mapper to entity, and what I need to provide is airport request. Airport dot set city. Okay. Now we have set the city and all things are ready. Now we can save it is in our database. Airport save airport repository dot save. Now instead of returning saved airport entity directly, we'll convert into the response, then we'll return it. So first let's convert this entity to response. For that we have airport mapper to response method, and we'll provide here saved airport. That's it. Now get airport by ID. So airport repository dot find by ID. Let's provide here ID, or else throw new exception airport not exist with provided ID. Now let's throw the exception. Actually we need to return here airport response. We can't directly return the entity. Okay, so let's do one thing. Store this entity in airport variable. Now let's convert into the response using mapper airport. Now get all airports. Let's return here airport repository find all. And we need to now convert this into the response list. dot map airport mapper to response. Collect collectors to list. And why it's giving me the error? Provided set. So we'll give here to list. Okay. Now update airport. Okay. So first we need to find the existing airport with this provided ID. So let's do that thing. Airport. Or else throw new exception. Airport not exist with ID. Which ID? So let's provide that ID as well here. Okay. And throw the exception to all the method in hierarchy. It's an existing airport. Existing airport in our database. Now what we need to do is first guys we'll check that provided IATA code is exist in our database or not. So what we can do is let's check if a request dot get IATA code not equal to null. If it is not null, then second condition we need to check not exist existing airport dot get IATA code dot equals request dot get IATA code. And one more condition, airport repository dot find by IATA code request dot get IATA code. Okay. Then throw exception airport with IATA code already exists. Okay, give me just 1 second guys, let me fix this, then I will explain to you. Request not equal to null, and the second condition is this, the third condition is this. Boolean Java utility null. Okay, let me fix this once. Request dot get IATA code not equal to null, then not existing airport dot get dot equals request dot IATA code. This is the first condition, and this is the second condition. Now airport repository find by IATA code. Okay, and we need to provide here if it is present, dot is present. Okay, now it's fixed. So guys, what we are checking here is if user is providing IATA code from the front end, that means it's not null. Then what we need to check is the provided IATA code and our existing airport IATA code is different. That means he wants to change the IATA code. Okay, before we allow the change, we need to check that provided IATA code is already exist in our database with another airport. If it's yes, then we need to throw the exception. Airport with IATA code already exists. All right. Now, if not that case, then simply we can airport mapper dot update entity. So this update entity class is not present inside, a method is not present inside the airport mapper. Let's create one. Guys, this method is similar to update city. We'll check all the requests one by one. Like if IDA code is not null, then we'll allow him to update IDA code. If get name is not null, means user is providing the name of the airport from front end side, then we'll update name. If user is providing okay, let me provide this John time zone. And if user wants to change the address, that means request.get address is not null, then we'll update address. If request.get geocode is not null, then we'll update geocode. Now we can use this update entity, and let's provide here existing airport request and existing airport. Finally, we'll save it in our database. So airport updated airport equal to airport repository save existing airport. Airport mapper to response update airport. Okay, now let's implement delete. For this we need first existing airport. So let's find it by ID, and then finally delete it. Airport repository dot delete and throw the exception if airport is not exist. Now get airport by city ID. So same method will let me copy this get all airport method, okay, because it's a similar. I'll show you how it's similar. Let me remove. Instead of find all, I just invoke here find by city ID and provide here city ID. That's all. Everything else is same. Now, since our IMPL method is ready, it's time to create controller for this. So let's go to controller, Java class, airport controller, annotate with the rest controller, required as constructor, request mapping. All the endpoints of this airport controller will start from /API airports. Now let's create endpoint one by one. First for create airport. airport service, public response entity. It will return airport response. Method name will be create airport. And inside request body will take airport request. Let me import this. Now we need to validate this request. Valid. Now guys, as you apply this at the rate valid, only then this validation will apply. Which validation? Let me show you this. This validation, not blank, then size, not blank, valid, not null, etc. All this validation will apply only when you annotate request body with the at the rate valid. Okay. Now let's return here response entity dot status http status code created, and inside the body airport response, airport service, sorry, dot create airport and airport request. Now let's add exception to method. Annotate with the post mapping. Okay. Now guys, similar we need to create endpoint for get airport. Okay. Let me remove this. There you go. It will also return airport response entity dot okay airport service dot get airport by ID, and this airport ID will tag as a path variable. Now similar for get all the airports. Now it will return the list of airport response, airport service dot get all airports and get mapping. Now similar for get airports by city ID. Get airport by city ID. Okay. So from the path variable will access city ID and provide it here. Then update and delete. Let me remove this. And let's import this as well. I will explain it, so don't worry about that. Okay, update airport. So we need to access the ID from path variable, and inside the request body we'll access the airport request with validation annotation. Finally, airport service dot update airport ID and request. Then for delete airport, will access ID as a path variable, airport service dot delete. Since it's not written anything, it's written void, we need to create here API response object, and that object will return here like airport deleted successfully. Now guys, for update airport we are using put mapping, and for delete airport we are using delete mapping. Okay, that's it for the airport APIs. Now in the next video we'll test our APIs of city and airport. So let's meet in the next video now. Alright, so finally we have created APIs for airport and city. Now it's time to test those API in Postman. So first let's start our server. Currently you can see our location service is not running. So what I'm going to do is first let's open the Postman, and I want to make some changes like this configuration for a long book I don't want. So I'll remove this, and this configuration also I'll remove for Lombok in the build plugins. Now let's reload my Maven project. Okay, it's resolving dependency, location, service, and there you go. Now I can start my location service, and let's enable annotation processing as well. And let me check the log. Variable airports not initialized in the constructor. Okay, this issue I'm facing. So what I need to do is this optional true I can remove and reload Maven changes. Okay, and finally I can start my app. And there you go, app is starting, and my app is running on, when server is running on 5004. Okay, now let's go to Postman, and guys, first I will check the parameter is okay, like sorry, fields are okay, name, city code, city country, country name, a region code, and time zone offset. So let me go to the request, city request, and name, city code, country name, region code, time zone offset. Yeah, everything is fine. Now our endpoint for create city is API cities post method, and this is our port. And for authorization, let me give here no auth for now. Let's go to body and send the request. And I got this error. Let me check what is the error. JDBC executing table ID airline location city does not as a select. Okay, our table is not exist. So what we need to do is, guys, we need to give auto DDL true. When we start our application, all the tables should create automatically. So what I'm going to do is I will search for my SQL driver class, and let's open this, getting started access. Where is the driver class? So there you go, MySQL environment port, and okay, but where is the auto DDL information? Change the Spring Boot data, DDL auto to update. Spring JPA Hibernate DDL auto and update. I want this. Spring JPA Hibernate. Okay, let's write by ourselves. Let's go to the YAML file of our location service, and here I want this Spring JPA Hibernate. JPA Hibernate DDL auto. Let's give here update. Now let me restart my application. And this time it will create, it hasn't created still, I guess, table. Okay, so I guess table is created. let's check in MySQL command line. Let's log in. Password is 7. Let me check my password. I forgot. Okay, 7090. 7090 dollar stroke. I made a mistake to write password. Let me write or type it again. MySQL command line $7090 and a stroke. Okay, now use this database name. So let me copy. Sorry guys. Yeah, use and database change. Now show tables, and you can see airport city tables are created. Now let's close this, go to the again here and send the request, and there you go. This time the city is created successfully. Now if I run this get all city, it will also work, but here I need to give 5040. In authorization, let me give no auth for now. Send the request, and there you go, city is coming. Okay, I can search city as well. Search city, cities, search, and go to. Okay, we don't need a body for this, so let me give none. Method is get. We need here param keyword. Okay, let's give for now keyword MUM Mumbai, and let's see what happened. Content is empty, but if I give Pune, because we have created Pune city, right? We got the Pune city. Okay, so search is also working. Now let's create new airport. Create airport. So for airport, IATA code BOM. Okay, let's do one thing. Create one more city. Name Mumbai. BOM. Country code is IN, and region code MH, and that's it. Let's create it. ID of this is 2. Now if I get all the city, you'll be able to see 2 cities. Okay, now let's go to the airport. Create airport. ID code BOM. Name of the Chhatrapati Shivaji. Detail name. Terminal 2. Time zone Asia Calcutta. This is the address. Address is only we don't need this, so let me remove. Straight and okay, what we need to provide in the address, let me check once. Inside address we need to provide a postal code. Okay, postal code, we don't need the country because this country field is accessed in the city entity. And inside the geocode we need to provide the latitude, longitude, and city ID is 2, since our Mumbai city ID is 2. Let me show you that. Get all city. Inside this you can see Mumbai city has ID 2. Now let's go to the create airport, and here I'll hit this endpoint. First let me make this authorization auth. Go to the body and hit this endpoint. There you go, airport is created successfully. Now if I hit this endpoint, get all airports, I'll get all the airports. Okay, why I'm not getting, I need to give 5004 because our location service is running on 5004. Okay, get all airports is working fine. Now you can get by city ID as well. So what I can do is city. ID1 is Pune city. So let's check empty airport for Pune. But if I check for Mumbai, I have one airport for Mumbai city. Okay. So yeah, guys, our endpoints are working fine. That's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to create user microservice. We'll create APIs for user registration, user login, and user profile. So let's start with understanding user service architecture in our airline system. First question is, what is the user service? The user service is one of the most important service in our system. Think of it as the identity center of the application. Whenever someone uses the system, other service needs to know who that person is. For example, is this person a passenger? Is this person an airline admin? Or is this the system owner? All this information is managed by the user service. The service handles three main things. First is user registration, second is user login, and third is user profile management. So basically, whenever a user sign up or log in, this service is responsible. All user information is stored in the users table in the database. The main fields are ID, a unique ID for every user, full name, user's name, then email, unique email used for login, then password, store using bcrypt encryption, then phone number is optional, role defines user type, verified, shows that account is verified or not, last login, updated whenever user logs in. Last login field update whenever user logins. Created it when account was created. Then updated it. This field is also updated whenever profile changes. Now you can see the diagram of user service table like bcrypt encryption, then user profile and roles, etc. Now our system has three main roles. First is user role. This is the normal passenger or customer. Second role is airline owner. This is an airline admin who manages flights and airports. Then we have system admin. This is the owner of the platform. Now students or user cannot register as a system admin. So platform owner role is protected. Now that's it for user service architecture. Now let's meet in the next video and set up our project for user microservice. So let's meet in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we'll create and set up projects for user service. So let's go to Spring Initializer and first initialize project for user service. Here I will give group com.josh. Josh. Okay, artifact, let's give user service. User service, and let's keep name user service. Description, let me give manage user authentication profiles and role for the airline system. Then package name com.josh, packaging jar. Configuration YAML, Java version 17. Let's add some dependencies like Spring Boot dev tool. Then also let's add Spring Web. For MySQL, data JPA and driver, MySQL driver. And one more, guys, let's add Spring Security. We need JWT as well, but will not find JWT here. So we'll add it manually. For now, this much is enough. Now let's do one thing. We'll add Spring security later. For now, let me remove this. For now, this 5 is enough, and let's click on this generate button and generate the project, location service and user service. Let's save it here. Now open this. We need to unzip this project, or let me extract all. Let's cut this, close it, paste it over here. Now we don't need this user service zip file, so let me remove this, and let's open our project, close all this tab. Let me maximize a little bit, minimize command lib, minimize location service, and here you can see we have user service. Now first let's set up the project. So in pom.xml we need to provide the parent. We can copy parent from the location service, or let's give directly. The parent group ID is nothing but com.josh, and artifact ID is services. Version, I will keep this version, not this one. And relative path I can remove. Parent is ready. Now I don't need this group ID, since here we have used artifact ID user service. Version also I don't need, so let me remove. Name user service. This is the description, and these are empty blocks, so let me remove that. And properties also I don't need, because properties will come from the parent block. Let me remove. Okay. Now let's do one thing first. Close this and open actually not this one. Yeah, this one, airline. Okay, let's open this microservice with the IntelliJ again. So maven project get reload, and there you go. Now one more thing guys, I need to add, or I need to list this user service as a module in parent. So who is the parent of it? Service pom. Here you can see I have command module user service. Okay, now let's update this, and okay, it's resolving the dependencies, so it will take couple of seconds. Till that, let's wait, and I think it has done. Okay, and again guys, this configuration logbook I need to remove from the user service, so let me remove. I have added the logbook as well. Okay, let's remove this configuration and let's update it. Now let me check. Okay, user service is there, and once let's reload this maven project. I'll start user service now. Let me close this, and let's check the log of user service. Okay, we didn't provide the JDBC related configuration, configuration of database. So let's provide that. Inside the location service YAML, I'll copy this data source configuration and provide it in user service YAML. Okay, and let's provide the server port as well. Server port is nothing but 5001. Let's keep it top. Keep it on top. Okay, now we can rerun this, and this time our server will run on localhost 5001. Okay, now let's create home controller for this. Inside the Java com.josh, I'll create one package called controller. Inside this controller, I'll create new Java class home controller annotated with the REST controller. Inside this, let's create one class home controller. What it will return? It will return ABI response. Okay, it's not giving me the ABI response suggestion, so we need to add common library dependency in our pom.xml. So let's add here dependency block, and what I will group ID will be com.josh, and artifact ID is not Airline Microservices, but it's a common library. And version we can use here project version. How we can use like this, project version. Now let's save the changes, go to home controller. Now we can import it, and finally we can return here. Let's first create the API response object. Hey everyone, welcome back. Sorry, not welcome back. Welcome to, or we can say, hey everyone, I am user service of airline system. A return API response. And we need to annotate with the get mapping. That's it. Now let's reload the changes. Okay, you can see. Let's check log. Okay, I need to reload it manually. So let's reload, stop and run it again. Once it started, okay, it started. Now we can check the API of it in browser. Localhost 5001. There you go. You can see, hey everyone, I'm user service of airline system. Our project setup is ready. So that's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video and start building actual APIs. Alright everyone, in the previous video, we have set up project for user service. Now it's time to implement Spring Security and create APIs for user registration, login, etc. So let's start the user service. And it will take a couple of seconds. Let's wait. You can see our server is started on port 5001. We can access that port as well from the browser. Okay, you can see the message, hey everyone, is a user service. I am user service of airline system. Now let's go to the pom.xml file of user service and add a dependency for Spring Security. Spring Security. Okay. And open the logs. Now I will restart the server once. One stop and start it again. And it will take generate default Spring Security password. You can see it has generated this default Spring Security password. Now let me copy this. Why I have copied this? Let me show you. Now if I try to access this endpoint, refresh, it will redirect me to this login page. Okay, I'm not able to access that endpoint directly. But if I give here a username user and the default generated password, click on the sign in, I'm able to access the endpoint. But I don't want this default generated password. I will provide my own password. So for that, I need to write Spring Security configuration. Okay, inside the com.josh, I will create one package config. Now in this here I will create one class security config. Security config. Now I will annotate it with the configuration. Enable web security. And create here one public class. Security filter chain. Security filter chain. Security filter chain. HTTP security. So exception. Now HTTP dot CSRF. I will CSRF. I'll disable this CSRF. Disable. Session management. Session management. Session dot session creation policy. I'll give here session creation policy stateless. Okay. Now authorize HTTP request. Authorize HTTP request auth dot any request. I'll permit all for now. And return here HTTP build. One more thing, we need to annotate with the bin. Without annotating it with the bin, it will not work. Okay, so guys, here you can notice this. Authorize HTTP request auth dot any request permit all. Permit all means I don't want security for any request for now. Later I will add the security, but for now I don't want to secure any endpoints. I should be able to access all the endpoints without password. And now let me restart this. and we'll check that endpoint again. Okay, still this default password is generated, but let me show you this. We'll be able to access the endpoint. See, without using that password, we are able to access the endpoint because of this configuration. Authorize HTTP request auth.any request permit all. I have make all the request permit all, means I don't want to secure any endpoint for now. Okay, now let me close this. And one more thing, guys, why I have permit all, because if I'm not permit the endpoint, then it will secure sign up and login endpoint as well. For sign up and login also I need to provide the default generated password, and that's not the correct way. Okay, because for sign in will provide our own generated password and username. Okay, you will understand it better when we implement it. So let me minimize it for now and create year one model for user. Model Java class user. We need to annotate this class with the getter, setter, entity, and builder. Let me copy this. Model.java. I need to create the package first. Model. Okay, and let's move this user into this model package. Refactor. I don't need this, so let me remove it, delete it, and this is okay. Now let's provide here ID, unique identifier. Okay, what other fields we need to provide? Like phone, email, name, etc. So let's define that. Private string full name. Full name. Column nullable false. Full name is required. Actually, it's nullable, not unique. Nullable false. Then we need email as well. Private string email. Column nullable false, and unique should be true. Means email is unique for every record. Private string phone. And now we need user role as well. Private user role. Let's create this user role inside the common lib. We have payload. Actually, let's create here enum. Let me check common lib. Yeah, enum is here and user role is here. I need 3 role actually. role admin, role user. Instead of moderator, I'll give here airline owner. Airline owner. And here I will give system admin. System admin. Okay. Now let's give here column nullable false. Role also mandatory for creating new user. Now let's create field for created at local date time created at. Then updated at. And last login. Local date time. Last login. Okay, user entity is ready. Now let's create service. Inside this, I'll create one package. Service, auth service. Inside auth service, we'll keep a login and sign in method. Create the Java class. Auth service. Inside auth service, we have two methods. One for sign up and second for login. Actually, it should be interface, not a class. It will return auth response, login, text string email, and a string password. These two fields are required for login. Auth response. And a sign up. For sign up, we have user DDO. User DDO. Now let's create auth response and user DDO in common library. Inside the payload, let's create here one DDO package as well. Inside DDO, let's create one Java class. User DDO. Okay. Now inside this, we have fields for email ID, phone, password, name, etc. So let's annotate with the data. Getter setter method will be available, and let's provide a no action constructor and builder as well. User DDO. Private long ID. Private string email. Private string password. Okay, password is required during user creation. Then full name also. Private. Phone. full name, phone, and let's provide role as well. Private user role. Okay, last login is not required, or okay, for exposing the data we need last login, so let's provide that as well. Local date time. Last login time. Okay. For builder we need all our constructor as well. Let's go to auth service, import this user DTO, and import auth response, but we don't have auth response, so let's create one auth response as well. New Java class auth response, and in auth response, guys, the main fields are JWT token, then user DTO, and one message. Private string JWT, private string message, private user DTO, and let's provide title as well. TITLA. Like this is for login or sign up. Let's annotate with data, all our constructor, no our constructor. Now let's import this. Okay, now let's write the implementation of this. First, let me create one package IMPL inside this service. IMPL. Inside IMPL, I'll create one auth service IMPL. Now it will implement auth service. Let's add all implemented method, service, and required as constructor. Now we need a repository method for this. Inside this, let me create one package repository, and let's create the user repository. User repository. Extend with JPA repository. Here we need to provide the entity. Let's convert into interface. I'm not able to import this user inside O3. Okay guys, I have made a mistake. I should write this service and repository inside the user class, not here. So that's the mistake, and let's fix this. Let's cut this repository from here to user service. Inside main Java, let's paste it over here. Okay, repository here. Now let's cut this service as well. Provide it here. Now let's open user repository, import it, and import JPA repository as well. Now why it has error, let me check. Okay, it will be fixed. Now let me create here one method. It will return user find by email method. Okay, that is great. In user service, we have auth service and auth service IMPL. Now let's start writing sign up method and login. Actually, this sign up should be first and login should be after. Okay. Now before implementing this sign up method, let me explain the step. So guys, in the first step, we'll check email is already exist or not. Let me write all the step here one by one. So okay, first step is check if email is already exist or not. Second step will not directly save password into database, but before saving into database, will encode this password using bcrypt. And in a third step, will save user in the database. In the fourth step, will generate the JWT token. In the fifth step, will return auth response token and user information. Okay, so let's start by first step. Check if email is already exist. User existing user equal to user repository dot find by email request dot get email. If existing user not equal to null, then throw the new exception. Email already registered. Registered. Now let's throw the exception to all methods in the hierarchy. Okay, now what is second step? Encode password using bcrypt before saving into database. Okay, no problem. And one more thing, guys, we'll check if user role is system admin, then we need to throw the exception. So let's check if request dot get user role, get role equal to user role system admin, then throw new exception. You cannot sign up system admin. Okay, now let's create the user have builder or not? Yes, it has the builder. So let's create a new user dot builder build. And let's add all the fields one by one. Email, request.email, then password. Why does not have password? Private string password. Column nullable false. Okay, so we forgot to add password field to the user entity. Now we have added password request dot get password. For now, guys, as I told you before, sending it to database, we'll encode password using bcrypt. We'll do that. First, let me write here all the fields. Phone request dot get phone. Then let's provide the role. Actually, role is request dot get role. Then full name as well. Request dot get full name. And last login. Last login. Local data time dot now. Created at local data date time now, and updated as well. Local data time dot now. Okay, now before saving it to database, let's encode the password. For this, we need one method. Let's provide this method inside the security config. Okay, here we'll create one method for password encoding. Public password encoder. It will return new bcrypt password encoder, and we need to annotate with the bin. Now let's go to the user service IMPL and use that password encoder. Password encoder dot encode request dot get password. Password encoder. Okay, which password encoder? Which we have defined inside the security config. Okay, now we can save it into the database. User, saved user, user repository dot save. These three steps are ready. Now generate JWT token. For generating JWT token, we need authentication. Why we need authentication? Because we need authentication for generating new JWT token, and for that we haven't tried the method yet. Let's create one class, JWT provider. Now let's write here private final secret key. So secret key should become from the JWT, not Java script. So what I'm gonna do is I will add three dependency. Which three? Three dependency for JWT rejection, then IMPL and API. Okay, let's go to pom.xml. Provide JWT related dependencies here. JWT. JWT API, JWT IMPL, JWT Jackson. We can change the version. I can change by here JWT API. First is JWT API. Sorry, JWT API Maven repository. Okay, let's verify and redirect here. So latest version is 0.13. Let me minimize it first for now. And 13.0 for API. This is JWT API. Let me check. See, JWT API. Directly you can copy this and provide there. Now let's search second. Second is IMPL. JWT IMPL Maven dependency or Maven repository you can search. Okay, from here you can copy this JWT and provide. Now we have JWT Jackson. JWT Jackson Maven dependency. Here, and you can directly copy and paste in your pom.xml file. Now let me copy all this version and change here. And reload Maven changes. What it is, could not find artifact IO Jackson JWT IMPL. What's the problem? JJWD 0. Okay. 13.0. Now it's got resolved. And there you go. Now let's go to JWT provider. As I told you, we'll import security key. Security key from the, actually not this. Let me remove this. Security key. Okay, security key from the Java script. Okay, let's import it. Key equal to keys JSON Web Token security. Keys dot HMA key 4, and here we need to provide the secret key. So let's do one thing, create here JWT constant. JWT constant. Inside this will provide the security key. Public static final string secret key, and secret key will be random string. So let me type here random string. Okay, as much as you keep it long, it will be secure. Means more long, more secure. Now let's add here one more static final variable string token prefix. Token prefix is bearer. Now let's go to provider. Here let's provide that JWT constant key, secret key dot get by. Okay, now we'll write method public string generate token. It will accept authentication auth long user ID. Collection, let's import this collection extend granted authority. Authority is equal to auth dot get authorities. String roles equal to populate authority. This method we don't have, will create authorities. Let's do one thing, create this method and return here null for now. Okay, let me explain guys what happened here. So from this auth we'll get the authorities. Now authority will be in form of granted authority. We need to populate that authority here in string format. Why? Because this authority will use here. So let's create the JWT string JWT equal to charts. We'll use here charts builder issue date new date expiration new date system dot current time plus 8 6 4 1 2 3 4 5. This is equal to 24 hours. Now claim email auth dot get email get name. Another claim we can set authorities role and one more claim user ID sign in with key. Finally compact, and we can return this JWT. Authority should be in double quote. Okay, let me give here double quote. Now it should be roles. Okay, now let's implement this populate method. First we'll create set of auths. New asset. For granted authorities, auth.add authority.get authority. Once you have this, you can convert into string using join method. Auths. Okay, now generate token method is ready. Let's annotate with the service JWT provider. Let's go to auth service IMPL. And finish our sign up method. First, let's create here authentication. Authentication. New username password authentication. Here I need to provide the saved user dot get email. Second parameter is password. Get password. Okay, authentication is ready. Now let's create JWT equal to JWT provider dot generate token. Here we need to provide authentication and user ID. Save user dot get ID. Okay, JWT is created. Now return token and user information with the auth response. Auth response dot set JWT. Then auth response dot set user. User DTO we need to set here. Okay, auth response dot set JWT. JWT is set already. Now let's add the title. Welcome. And let's provide here username. Saved user dot get full name. Welcome user. And a message. Registration successful. Registered successfully. Now user, here we need to set the user DTO. So let's first create the user mapper that can convert entity to response or DTO. Inside the com.josh, let me create one package mapper. In this mapper, I'll create user mapper. Let's create here method public static user DTO to DTO. Now let me go to user DTO. Do it has a builder? Yes, it has the builder. Let's do one thing. Check if user equal to null, then return null. Else return user DDO dot builder and set here all the fields like ID, then name, dot full name, user dot get full name, email, password we don't need to set here, just role we can set, and last login. We can set a phone number as well. Phone number, and that's it. Now we can we have already written it, right? Now similar guys, let's create to DDO list as well. Method for to DDO list. This is for single DDO and this is for DDO list. Okay, now let's go to the auth service IMPL, and here set user mapper to DTO. Let's give here a saved user and return here auth response. Okay, great. Now sign up method is ready. Now it's time to implement login method. So for login method also guys, we have 5 steps. Let me write down here one by one. First step is load user by email, compare password with bcrypt, update last login, generate JWT, and finally return token and user information. For load user by email, for this we need to create one class. Okay, which class? Custom user detail service. So let's go to the implementation. Inside implementation, instead of implementation directly in the service, let's create one class, custom user detail service. Custom user details service. Now what this class will does, this class is used by Spring Security. Spring Security needs a way to load a user from the database. This class does exactly that. It finds a user using their email and convert it into user details object that Spring Security understands. And then it will return that user details. We'll use that user detail here. From that user detail, we'll fetch username and password for comparing. Okay. Let's do one thing first. Implement this class and we'll understand it in depth once we implemented it. We need to annotate with the service class and required as constructor. Since we need here user repository, let's create one class. Sorry, first we need to implement user details. Implements user detail service, and let's add unimplemented method. Load user by email, username. First, let's fetch the user. User equal to user repository dot find by email. Let's provide your email, means username. We can tag your email so you don't get confused that you are using find by email method and providing username. It's not fair, right? Okay, we'll check if user equal to null. Throw the exception user not found with email. Throw new username not found exception. And we'll create here granted authority. Granted authority. Authority equal to new simple granted authority. Inside this, we'll provide user.getRel, get role. User.get role to string. Now let's convert into collection of granted authority, array list. Now since we have only one authority, we can use here single and list. So collection dot collections, actually singleton list. And inside singleton list, not singleton list, will provide authority. That's all. Now finally we'll return here user details. User, this user. We need to provide here user email, user password, and authorities, granted authorities. Now why it's giving me the error? User details. Qualifier must be an expression. Dot user return new. Okay, new user detail. All right. Now let's go to the login method. Here let's create one authenticate method. Private, it will return authentication. Authenticate. this method will receive email and password of the user. Okay, this method will accept email and password and authenticate the user. How? First, it will load the user details. How? Using load user by username method, which is inside custom user detail service. Custom user detail service dot load user by username using this method. Here we need to provide the email. Okay, it has load the user inside this user detail. Now our task is to check first if user detail is null. User details equal to null. Then throw the exception. User not found with the ML. Username not found. User not found. Actually, it will be not null. Okay. Otherwise, this custom user details throw the exception. If user is null, then it's directly throw exception from here. We don't need to throw this exception. We can ignore this step and directly match the password. Here we need to match the password. How we can do that? Not password encoder dot matches. Inside this password encoder we have method for matches. Here need to provide both password. Like first password is we are receiving. We need to match this password with our database password. So in database, how we can get user detail dot get password. This user detail we have load this user detail, right? So inside this user detail we have password. We need to match that. If not match, then throw new exception. Invalid password. Invalid password. And for now, let me return here null and throw the exception. Invalid password. Okay. Now here we need to create the authentication. New username password authentication. So let's give user details. Credential null we can give. And user details dot get authority. Okay. Now what it will does, let's look at once more. First, it will load the user using load user by username method. Then our next step is to match the password. Password is coming from the front end and password which exists in our database. We need to match both password. Both are match. Then we'll return this authentication. If not a match, then throw the exception invalid password. Okay, now let's go to the login. Here, authentication. Authentication equal to authenticate. We need to provide here email and password. Let me check first email and second password. Yeah, first email and then password. Now let's throw the exception. Now we need to update last login. How you can update last login? So first let's find the user equal to user repository dot find by email. Then user dot set last login local date time dot now. And user repository dot save. Now as a next step we'll generate the token. Providing authentication and user dot get id. And same thing guys we have done here, like we'll create the auth response. Let me return here auth response. Why I have this error? Instead of save user, let me provide here user, and here also user. Okay, login and sign up method are ready. Now it's time to create controller for both. Inside the controller, let me create one auth controller annotated with the REST controller, request mapping, and required as constructor. Now request mapping, let me give here auth, or all the endpoints will start from the /auth. We need here auth service. Create our first method public, a response entity, return here auth response, sign up. Okay, in request body we'll accept here user DTO, since we are creating request body, and it should be valid user DTO. Now auth response equal to auth service dot sign up. Let me give you a request. User DTO actually. Let's return here response entity dot OK response, and let's add exception here. Let's annotate with the post mapping. Sign up. Similar guys, we need to create the endpoint for login. We don't have login request, so let me create one. Create class login request inside the payload request, not response but request. Let's provide the data getter header method and login request password. Instead of username, let me give here email. Now let's exception. Okay, So this is the login method and this is the sign up method. Now let's create user service as well. We have 2-3 methods, so let's finish that as well in this create year one Java class. User service interface. We have method for get user by email, get user by email. Second method, get user by ID. It should be long. Then third method is get users, list of users, get all users. Now let's create IMPL class for it. User service IMPL implements user service. Let's add all the unimplemented method. Okay, now let's do one thing. Check here first. User equal to user repository. Why it's not giving me a suggestion? Because I didn't annotate with the service class and required of constructor. Now it will give me the suggestion user repository dot find by email. I'll check here if user equal to null, then throw the exception user not found. Throw new exception. User not found with email. Let's throw exception to all the methods in the hierarchy. Else return the user. That's it. Now get user by ID. User repository find by ID. Let's provide the ID, or else throw new exception, or else throw new exception user not found with ID, and let's provide the ID here. That's all. Throw the exception and get all users. User repository dot find all. Now let's create the controller for this. Let's go to the controller, create one Java class, user controller. Annotate with the REST controller, required as constructor, and request mapping. Endpoint is starting from API users. Okay. We need here user service. Now let's create our first method, public response entity, user DTO, get user profile, request header. So in request header, guys, will accept X user email. Now guys, this X user email, let me first finish, then I will explain. Email and string would be like this. User equal to user service dot get user by email. Let's provide here email. Instead of user, let's take here user DTO. Throw the exception. Now let's go to the user service. Instead of user, let's return the user DTO and forget ID as well. Let's go to the controller. Service IMBL. Change here as well DTO and here as well DTO. Here I will use user mapper dot to DTO. Let's give user let's store it in one variable, then convert it, return user mapper to DTO. Okay, now let's return with response entity okay user, and it will be get mapping. Our endpoint is /API user profile. It should be double quote. Okay. Now guys, let me explain this. So when we integrate gateway, okay, API gateway, one door for all our application, means one way or one endpoint, you can say, one domain, whatever you want to say. So when we integrate API gateway in our system, that time this request header come from the API gateway. API gateway will grab the user email from JWT token. He will validate the JWT token and pass email in the request header. Okay, it's not come from the user. User will give their email password, then he will get the JWT token. Now he will pass JWT token to access his profile. So API gateway will validate the JWT token. From that JWT token, he will grab the email and pass email to this method. And using this method, using this email, this method will return the user DTO. Okay, now let's create endpoint for get user by user ID and get all users. User DTO. And let me fix this. Okay, and the same here. Let me remove this. A list of user DTO. Let's do one thing. go to the user service. Here also let's return list of user DTO. We have here list of user. Now let's convert that into the user DTO list using user mapper to DTO list. We need to provide here users. And finally we can return here users. Get all users. Okay. This we already have in request mapping, so we don't need to provide this. Let me remove it. API users, then profile. API users, then user ID. And for this, only API users. Okay, don't need the exception. Let me remove. And yeah, guys, that's it for this video. We have created controller for user and auth. Now in the next video, we'll test those endpoints. So let's meet in the next video now. All right, everyone. So finally, we have created endpoints for auth controller and user controller. Now it's time to test those endpoints. So let's go to our Postman and test those endpoints. Inside the user service, I have one signup service. And my user service is running on port 5001. Okay, so this is my sign up URL. You can see auth sign up, and let me show you in here as well, auth and sign up. Now inside the request body we need to provide the user DTO, and in user DTO full name is Syam, email syam@gmail.com, and password I have given 128, username Syam, and role airline owner. Now let's hit this endpoint and see what we are getting. So my server is not running. Let me start the user service first. Okay, it will take a couple of seconds. So let's wait till server start. Okay, parsing Java. Come on, okay. Starting, and user application. Okay, starting. Tomcat started on port 5001. So our server is started now. Now let's go to Postman again and hit this endpoint. And there you go. We are getting JWT token message registered successfully. Welcome Syam, and the user details. Now let's try to log in with this detail. Go to sign in. And here let me change Syam, then password is 128, and API is local. So let me write here localhost. Or what can I do is go to sign up, and let me copy this. Now go to sign in. Here I have sign up, right? Let me make this endpoint working. Post. For sign up we have auth and login. Let me show you that as well. Here you can see auth then login, first slash auth then login. Now let's go to the body. Inside the row JSON, we need to provide email and password. So let's copy both, go to this sign up again, provide here. Now let's write this method name is login instead of sign up. Okay, email and password. Now let's try to hit this endpoint, and there you go. Welcome Syam, registered success. Instead of registered, now here it should be login success. So let's change this message in auth service IMPL. We have auth service IMPL. Okay, and this is the login method, and instead of registered success, here it should be login successfully. And here we'll give message welcome back, not welcome but welcome back, since it's a login. Okay, now let's hit this endpoint again. First let's wait, because it saved the changes and reload the server dev tool. Okay, so let's wait till that. I guess it's done. Now let's go to Postman, and there you go, login successfully and welcome back Shyam. So login is also working. Now we have get all users as well. Okay, so let's get all users. Let's create endpoint for this. API users, and the method is get. Let me send the request, and there you go, all the users are coming. Now we have one more endpoint, get user by ID. So ID is 1. Let me check that endpoint as well. Get by ID. Let's provide API users ID 1, and there you go, this is also working. Now guys, you may have noticed one thing, all the endpoints are currently permitted. Okay, without JWT token it's working without any validation. It's intentional because we haven't still integrate API gateway. When we integrate API gateway, these endpoints like API users and get user by ID, these are not whitelisted. Okay, if you want to access those endpoint, you need to provide the JWT and validate yourself or authenticate yourself, like who you are, what is your role. Okay, only then you can access the endpoint. So yeah, when we integrate the API gateway, we'll protect the endpoints. So for now, that's it. Now let's meet in the next video, guys. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to create and set a project for airline core service. So let's go to Spring Initializer and initialize the project. Here I will give the group com.josh. Then artifact, let me give airline core service. Airline core service, okay. And name, let's keep this airline core service. And description, let me change manages airlines aircraft, fleet, aircraft model, and operational inventory for the airline system. Now package name, I will keep only com.josh. Packaging will be jar, configuration YAML, and Java version is 17. Now let's add dependencies. First let's add Spring Boot dev tool, then Longbook, and now let's add Spring Web and MySQL dependency, that is nothing but data JBA and driver, MySQL driver. Okay, this 5 is enough for now. As we need, we add them later. Now let's click on this generate button and generate our project, Airline Core Service. Now let's navigate to the airline. Okay, and expand, extract all. Now let me cut this, close, paste it over here. Now I will remove this zip file because I don't need it. Okay, now let's go to the IntelliJ IDEA, minimize this command lib. Inside services, you can see we have now airline core service. Now let's go to pom.xml and let's edit this parent. Here I want com.josh and artifact is nothing but service. And let me cut this version and provide it here. I can remove this relative path as well and remove the group ID because we have now here. Okay, and let me remove this empty block. Property also I don't need because this property will come from the parent pom. And here let's remove the configuration. I don't need this configuration as well of Lombok. Now is there anything I need to change? No, that's enough. Now let's go to its parent pom and list this airline core module. Airline core service module. Okay, update this and it's not updated till. Okay, it's updated now. Minimize this. Now guys, we need to add common library as a dependency here. Okay, so let's add here dependency. Group ID is nothing but com.josh and artifact ID is common lib. We can provide the version as well. Version, here I will provide the project version, project.version. Okay, now let's reload the Maven changes and our user service is now ready to run. But before this, let's provide the database. Let's go to the application.yaml file and here we'll provide the database configuration. Now database configuration, let me copy from here. Let's copy this, go to airline application YAML, provide here database. Instead of this YouTube airline location, I will give here airline core airline DB, airline core DB, or directly YouTube airline DB. That is okay. And airline core service. Now let me provide here server port as well. Server port, let's keep it here. For now, let's give a server port 5002. Location has 4, right? Let's give it 2. And we need to create this database as well. So what I'm gonna do is let's open the MySQL command line Let me log in here with my credential. Create database, and database is created. Now let's start this airline service. Okay, and we didn't create any controller yet, so let me create one controller inside com.josh java class home controller, annotated with the rest controller. Minimize this. Public, it will return ABI response home controller. Okay, and let's return API response. Provide a message. Hey everyone, I am Airline Core Service. Hey everyone, I'm Airline Core Service. And I can provide this as well, like I will and I will manage his airline aircraft fleet, aircraft model and operational inventory for the airline system, like this. Okay, now let's save changes. Let me check here. Save the changes. Let's run here 5002. Okay, I guess changes are not saved yet, so let me annotate with the first get mapping. And stop and rerun. I guess I forgot to add dev tool, or what? Why I'm not able to. Now let's rerun, and there you go. Hey everyone, I'm Airline Core Service. I'll manage. Okay, so our project setup is, guys, now ready. So that's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video, guys. Alright everyone, in the previous video, we have set up project for Airline Core service. Now it's time to create API for Airline service. In com.josh, I'll create one package controller. Now let's move this home controller inside this controller package first. Then I will create new package for model. Inside this model, let's create airline entity. Java class airline. Now we need to annotate this with entity, getter setter, all action constructor, no action constructor, and builder. And let's provide ID as well. Now this column don't need, because Spring Boot automatically create ID for us. Now other fields, IATA code. So let's create field for that. Private string IATA code. Now column nullable false and unique true. Same we need IACAO code. Private string ICAO code. Now same column nullable false and unique true. Now we need name of the airline. Private string name column nullable false. Unique I don't need the unique name. Okay, for every airline. Now alias private string alias. Then we can provide country as well, or we can ignore the country because we already have country field inside the city. Private string logo URL. Then now private string website. Then status website. Private airline status equal to, actually guys, this airline status enum we don't have, so we need to create one. We'll create it inside the common library. Let's okay, let's hover on it. Create enum. Okay, inside the counter.josh enums and click OK. Here we need active, inactive and banned, 3 status. By default it's active. Let's make it's active. Now aliens private string aliens. And one more thing guys, we can annotate this with enumerate string enum type. So enumerated and enum type is string. Okay, give me just 1 second. Then we have city headquarter city ID, headquarter city ID. So let's do that thing as well. Let's create fields for headquarter city ID. Then we have fields for updated by ID. Okay, who have updated this object, so audit field. And then we have updated it and created that field. This audit field is required and important as well. Okay, and now from this we can create a response and request as well, like airline request and airline response. So inside the payload response, let me create here Java class airport response, airline response. Okay, and it has fields for IDA code, ICAO code, name, aliens, country. Actually country we have removed, so let me remove the country. And airline status. We need annotation for getter, setter, no args constructor, all args constructor and builder. Okay, and let's provide the audit field and honor detail as well. Let's import this user detail, and this support we don't have, so let's create class for this support. So it's a embeddable class. Let's create one class, more action, support class in embeddable. And the support have three fields: email, phone, and hours. Here also we need getter setter, NAS, all are constructor, no ARCs constructor, builder, and embeddable. Getter setter is important. Okay. Okay, guys. See, we have ID, IATA code, ICAO code, name, alias, logo URL, website, status, then alias, audit field, created at, updated at, owner ID, owner of this airline, then owner, user DTO, updated by headquarter city as a city response, and support as a support class. Now let's create a request for this airline request. New class airline request. Same annotation we need. Let me copy those annotations. Now this airline request is important for creation time and update when we update. So let me provide fields for this as well. Now in airline request, guys, we have IATA code with not blank annotation. That means IATA code is mandatory. It should not be blank. What we can give is a message here. IATA code is mandatory. Okay, if IATA code is not provided by the front end, and ISEA code is also not blank. Here also we can provide the message ICAO code is mandatory. Okay, if it's null, not provided from the front end, then it will throw the error message ISEA code is mandatory. The name also mandatory. So let's provide here message as well. Airline name is mandatory. Airline name. Okay, then alias, country. Let me remove this country. Then logo URL, website, airline status, alias, headquarter city ID, support email, support phone number, and support hours. So now let's create one class inside com.josh. We need package for service. Now inside this service, we'll create one class, airline service class. Airline service. Actually, it should be the interface. Okay, now let's go to the airline service and airline service interface. Now create first method create airline. Now it will return airline response. Create airline. It will take a airline requests from the front end side. Requests. Then let's provide owner ID as well. And get airline by owner. It will also return the airline response. Get airline by owner. Provide your owner ID. Then get airline by ID. Update airline. Request and owner ID. Now airline response, get airline by ID. Long ID. Okay. Now get all airlines. Page. It will return pageable airline response. Get all airlines. And we need to provide here pageable. Now let's create for delete. It will return void. Delete airline. Void means it will return nothing. Delete airline. And let's provide here owner ID as well. Now change status. Airline response. Change status by admin. On the system, admin can change the status. Long airline ID and airline status. Airline ID. Okay. Finally, one more. Get airline for drop down. List of airline drop down item. Okay, we don't have this class, so we need to create one. Let's create it in command lib. Create class inside I will create and response. Okay, with this details only. Name, idea code, ICA code, and logo URL. Let's import this list. Method name is get airlines for dropdown. Get airline dropdown. Now let's create IMPL implementation class. So inside service, I'll create one package, IMPL. Let's create one Java class. Airline service IMBL. Now we need to annotate with the service and required as constructor. We need to implement it with airline service, and it will ask us to add all unimplemented method. So let's add them. Now we need airline repository as well. Okay, let's create here new Java class. It should be interface airline repository. Extend JPA repository airline. Let's import this. Okay, and now guys, we need method for find by ID. It's optional. Airline find by owner ID and provide here long owner ID. Find by owner ID. Owner ID. Okay, we have the owner ID now. What's the problem with the repository? Why it's giving me this? Cannot resolve property owner ID. Airline. Okay, airline repository. Extend JB repository long. Find by owner ID, and it says owner ID not resolved. OW NERID. Let me check. Let me close this. Go to here, and where is the owner ID in airline? Actually, I forgot to provide the owner ID. Okay, so let's provide here private long owner ID and annotate with the class nullable false. Unique, let me remove. Okay, we can give unique also true because I want only one airline for one owner. So we can give unique true as well. But let's keep unique false for now. And let's go to the repository now. It's resolved. Let's go to the implementation. Now guys, we need mapper as well. So let's create first mapper. Inside the com.josh, I'll create one package mapper. Create Java class airline mapper. Airline mapper. Okay. Public static. So guys, it will convert request to entity and return the airline entity. Method name is to entity. And receive airline request. Now let's import this airline entity. And let me provide owner ID as well. First, we'll check if on request is null. Not owner ID. If request equal to null, then return null. Okay, else we need to map it. So let's do that thing. airline equal to airline.builder. And let's set the fields. First, IADA code. IADA code. Request dot get IADA code. Similar for ISEA code. So let me do one thing. Copy this all and provide it here. Now let me remove this country. Okay, first IADA code, then ICAO code, name request.get name, alias request.get alias, logo URL, website status, alias, headquarter city, owner ID. And finally, guys, we need to set support as well. Here we'll check if request.get support email not equal to null. Or second condition, phone support dot request dot get support phone is not null. Third request is hours. Request dot get support hour not equal to null. Okay, then we need to set here airline dot set support okay, so we forgot to provide the support field as well. Let me go to the airline and after headquarter city, let me provide here private support and it's embedded. Let's import this from the common lib. Now let's go to here. Get support. So we need to set support. And let's use here support builder. Set all the fields like email, phone, and first let's set the email. Request dot get email, then phone, then hours. Okay, now finally we can return airline. So two entity method is ready now. Let's annotate with the, actually we don't need to annotate since it's a static method. Now let's create for two response as well. Okay, two response, airline response. Let me import this and remove this country. We don't need this as well. First ID, then IDA code, ICA code, airline.code, name, alias, logo URL, website, status, alien, support, created at, updated at, owner ID, updated by ID, and build. Now guys, this two response method will receive airline entity and convert into the airline response and return it. Okay, now let's create for update entity. We remove the country. Here guys, it will take airline request and airline entity both. Now this airline entity is existing entity in our database. It will update the entity based on provided request data. See, airline.set IDO code, request.get IDO code, airline.set ICAO code, request.get ICAO code. The name, then alias, same for logo URL, website status, said alias, and headquarter city. Now, it will check if airline.get support equal to null, then it will create new support, means email, then phone and hours are null. It's create the empty object, means okay. Aliens.get support dot set email, request dot get support email, then aliens.get support set phone, request dot get support phone, then get support set hours, request dot get support hours. Okay, mapper is ready. Now let's go to airline service IMPL and start implementing it. Airline, let's import this airline equal to airline mapper dot to entity method will use here. Provide request and owner ID, request and owner ID, and saved it into the database. Airline, save airline, and save into the database. So we need airline repository dot save airline. Now we'll convert this saved airline into the airline response using airline mapper to response saved airline. Okay. Now get airline by owner. First, let's fetch the airline equal to airline repository dot find by owner ID, and it is optional, so we need to throw or else throw new exception, airline not found, with owner ID, and here we can provide the owner ID. Let's throw the exception to all the methods in hierarchy. Now we'll convert into response and return it. Airline mapper dot to response airline. Okay, so guys, either this method will return the airline if airline is exists with the owner ID. If it is not exist, then throw the exception, airline not found with the owner ID. Similar guys will do for the ID. So let me copy this and paste it over here. Instead of this, we'll provide here ID. Instead of owner ID, find by ID we'll use here. Other all things will be same or similar. get all airlines. Now let's implement this. Airline repository dot find all. We can map here. Dot. We need to provide the pageable map airline mapper to response. Then update airline. Okay, for update airline, first we need to fetch the airline by ID. So let me copy this and provide it here. Actually, we need to fetch by owner ID. So let me copy from the owner ID. Copy through the exception. And now let's update. Airline updated airline mapper to, instead of to entity, we'll use here update entity. And we need to provide request and sorry, existing airline first, then request. I hope this is fine. Okay, it's not written anything, no problem. Then we need to save it in the database. How we can do that? Airline, saved airline repository dot save and airline. Now let's convert into the map airline response using airline mapper. Now delete. For delete, first we need to find by owner ID. Throw the exception if not found. And finally, you can delete. How? Airline repository dot delete airline. That's it. Now change the status. Here we need to find by ID. So let me copy this. By airline ID. Now guys, this change status by admin. This method will invoke only system admin. Airline.set status and finally saved it in the repository. And let me store it in the variable and run updated airline. Then we can convert this entity to response. Airline mapper to response airline updated airline. Now one more method is get airline drop down. Okay, so airline repository dot find by status. Means I want only active airline. This method I need to create here. It will return the list of airline find by status and airline status. I need to accept. Let's import this list from java.util. Go to here and I will provide here active. Now dot stream dot map I will convert into the airline drop down item. Airline drop down item dot. Actually, I didn't annotate with data getter setter or builder. So data, not constructor, all are constructor, and builder. Now I can use here builder dot build. Okay, now let's set all the fields. ID, air dot get ID, then name, air dot get name, IADA code, air dot get IADA code, then ISA code and logo URL. You can provide a country as well. How? Air dot city. Okay, but city we don't have, so let's not provide the country. And finally we can return it. We need to convert into the list. What to list? Remove this. Still one error, and what is it? Okay, now we don't have any error. And airline service IMPL is now ready. Now it's time to create controller for this. Okay, so let's create one controller file inside this controller package. Controller class, airline controller. Now let's annotate this with the REST controller and request mapping as well. API airlines and required as constructor. Okay, now we need here airline service, so let's define here. Now let's create our first method for create airline. Public response entity, it will return airline response, create airline, and request body will accept the airline request body. We can validate with the @valid. Now let's accept here request header as well. X user ID. So for now this user IDs will provided manually from the front end or Postman. When we integrate or implement the API gateway, that time it will automatically. Long user ID. So API gateway will automatically pass the user ID of logged in user. Now let's return here response entity dot created airline service dot create airline. We need to provide here airline request and user ID as a owner ID. Required type URI provided airline response. Let's do one thing, use here status dot http status. HTTP status created and dot body we can pass this. We need to annotate with the post mapping since we are inserting data in the database. Now let's create endpoint for get airline by owner. This method have a get mapping and a /admin. It will return airline response. Inside the request header, it will access the user ID. Get airline by owner. Get airline by owner. We need to throw the exception, so let's throw it. Then get airline by ID. Throw the exception. Okay. Similar, we have get all airlines. Get all airlines, get mapping. Okay. It will return pageable airline response. Now for drop down. Let's import this airline drop down item. Airlines get airline drop down. Now for update airline. So for update we are using put mapping. Inside request body we are accepting airline request, and in request header we are receiving X user ID. Okay, now delete airline. For delete airline, we have delete mapping. You can see delete mapping. ID which airline do you want to delete. Okay, but we don't need to provide the ID since delete airline. First, let's there is no use of ID, right? Let me check. Delete airline. Okay. Instead of no content, we can return here API response. Sorry, API response. Yes, API response. API response. Response equal to new API response. Let's add the message airline deleted successfully. Now response entity dot okay and response. Now we have endpoint for approve, suspend and ban. Here you need to provide the airline ID, which airline do you want to approve. So airline status. Change status. by admin, and we need to throw the exception. Okay, approve airline. For approve airline, we need to provide the status airline status active, and this is suspend. For suspend, inactive, and for ban, we have status airline status ban. Okay, so yeah guys, that's it for the airline controller. Now let's meet in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to create APIs for aircraft. So let's go to a model. Inside this, let me create a new Java class for aircraft. Aircraft. Okay, let's annotate with the getter, setter, entity, Knox constructor, OLAS constructor, and builder. Let's annotate this. Now let's provide ID as well. Okay, and provide the ID. Now let me remove this airline. I don't need it now. And let's provide other fields like code, private string code, and column nullable false, unique should be true. Unique true and nullable false. Then model, private string model. Here also column nullable false, and for model, let's remove the unique true. And manufacturer. Now let's create fields for manufacturer, nullable false, length 50, and sitting capacity, integer sitting capacity. Now how many economy seats inside this? So let's create fields for this as well. Economy seat, business seat, and before business seat we need premium seats as well. So let's create the column for premium seat. Now we need a first class seat as well. So let's create field for first class. And cruising speed kilometer. Then year of manufacture of this aircraft. It's also integer. Then registration date of the aircraft. Registration date. Now I need the status as well. Now status, aircraft status, I don't have this enum, so let me create this enum inside enums. Okay, and it's active, inactive, retired, maintenance, etc. These are the status of the aircraft. So let me provide that. Active, maintenance, inactive, and retired. Now the nullable is false because the status is required. Default status is active and length is 20. Name status. Enumerated type string. Now is available by default. Let me provide true. Then airline, like which airline this aircraft is belongs to. So let's provide here airline relation. Now one airline have multiple aircraft. So many to one. Many to one means one airline have multiple. Okay, what's the problem? Okay. One airline have many aircrafts. So many to one. Now current airport ID we can provide. private long current airport ID means currently our aircraft is where location of our aircraft, current location. Now let's provide the created it and updated it. Now let's create one method for get total seat. Public integer get total seats. Now this get total seat is nothing but total of this of all the seats like economy, premium, business and first class seats. So let's return the sum of all this. Return economy seat plus premium economy seat plus business seat plus first class seat. Now let's provide the default value of all the set. It is nothing but 0. It's not null. Okay. Business seat also 0. First class is also 0. This is the default default value. Okay. Now let's create one more method. Is operational. Is operational means it is in working condition or not. So it will return boolean type if it is operational means it's in working condition. Is operational. Return aircraft status active dot equals status. If current status is active and second condition is boolean dot true dot equals is available. Okay, current status of the aircraft is active and is available equal to true, then we can say is operational if both the conditions are true. Now require maintenance. Let's create one method for require maintenance. Public boolean require maintenance. Now let's return here next maintenance date. So do we have next maintenance date? I think I missed that. So let's provide a next maintenance date after the registration date. Next maintenance date. Now if next maintenance date is not equal to null, then we need to check next maintenance date is before local date dot now plus week. Okay, when it will return true, this require maintenance method, if the next maintenance is within 2 weeks. Okay, if it is more than 2 weeks, then it will return the false. But if within 2 weeks means time is less than 2 weeks of this next maintenance date, then it will return the true. Okay, aircraft entity is ready. Now let's create a response and service for it. Inside the common library, let's first create the request. Java class aircraft request. Too many fields are there. Okay, let's copy all this. Go to aircraft request. Remove the entity. But we need the getter setter, all action setter, no ask, and builder. Now we need to provide here first code. Private string code of the aircraft. Now here we need to provide the validation annotation as well. Like this code should not be null, so not blank. Message aircraft code is required. Now if user wants to create the aircraft and is sending the request with certain data, but code is null, in this data code is null, then it will throw this exception like aircraft code is required to create new aircraft. Now same for model. Aircraft model is required. It should not be null, not be blank. So basically not blank, what it will does is it will validate the request. Manufacturing is required. Now in the sitting capacity, instead of not blank, we are using not null because it's an integer. Whenever field type is integer, we need to use not blank. Sitting capacity is required. Then another annotation is positive. So if somebody are passing integer negative, -1, -2, etc., then it's not allowed. Okay, it will throw the exception that sitting capacity must be positive. Now same for the economy seat. Economy seats must be positive. Then same for first class and premium. So let's provide that as well. Premium economy seat, business seat, and first class seat. All these are positive, should be positive. Now range kilometer and cruising speed kilometer. Range kilometer and cruising speed kilometer should be also positive. Now let me check. I guess I missed the range kilometer. In aircraft economy set, yeah, I missed both. No, speed cruising speed kilometer is here, but kilometer per hour, but I missed the range kilometer. So let me copy this and provide here. Okay, now max altitude feet. Let's copy this. At the rate positive. Max altitude field. Maximum altitude must be positive. Then year of manufacturer. Year of manufacture. Then registration date, next maintenance date, and aircraft status. Then is available and current airport ID. Now I think I have missed this max altitude fit in the entity. So let me provide here. Private integer. Okay, aircraft request is ready. Now it's time to create aircraft response. So let's create the response. Aircraft response. And let's copy all these annotations. Too many fields are there in aircraft response as well. So let's do one thing, copy all fields, and I will explain it one by one. Quickly, let's look at quickly. First, ID, then code, model, manufacturer, seating capacity, economy seat, premium economy seat, business seat, first class seat, range kilometer, cruising speed kilometer, max altitude feet, year of manufacture, registration date, next maintenance date, aircraft status is available, then airline ID, airline name, airline IATA code, current airport ID, current airport city, current airport code, current airport name. Now, total seat, require maintenance, is operational, created it, and updated it. This much field we need for aircraft response. Now, let's create one service class for airport service. Java class, sorry, aircraft service, aircraft service. We have 5 methods. Create aircraft first. It will return aircraft response. Create aircraft. It will receive aircraft requests. Request. And let's provide the owner ID. It should be the interface, not class. Okay. Now let's create method for get aircraft by ID. Update aircraft. Then delete aircraft. Here we don't need the request, only owner ID. And it will return the void. Void, okay. Also, aircraft ID, long ID. Now let's create here get by ID. Aircraft response. Get by ID. One more, list all aircraft by owner. List of aircraft response. List all by. List all aircraft by owner ID. So let's provide here owner ID long. Owner ID. And let's import this list. Okay, great. Now let's create implementation class for this. Aircraft service IMPL. Implements aircraft service. Add implemented method. Now we need a repository. So airline repository. We haven't created the repository package, so let me create package repository, and let's move this airline repository inside this repository package. Okay, so we have made mistake this in previous class, and now it's got fixed. Inside this repository, let's create interface for aircraft repository. Extend JPA repository aircraft. For now, I need only one method, that is nothing but it will return a list of aircraft response. Now find by airline ID. Change method parameter to long. Okay. It will return the list of aircraft, not response. Okay. Great. Now let's go to aircraft service IMPL and start writing logic for create aircraft. Airline. Now let's import this. Airline equal to airline repository. Actually, we need to annotate with the service and required action structure. So guys, first we'll fetch the airline by given the ID or this owner ID. Fetch airline by this owner ID. Airline repository dot find by owner ID. So we have the owner ID. Actually, it optional. Okay. Or else throw new exception. Airline not exist for this owner ID. Okay, now since we have fetched the airline, for this airline will create the aircraft. Equal to new aircraft. Okay guys, so we need to create here mapper. Let's create the mapper because writing manually here all the fields setting in this airline object, it's very difficult and it will make our code messy. So let's keep our code clean and create separate mapper class for aircraft mapper. Inside this mapper, let me create new aircraft mapper. Let's create one method here. Public static aircraft. It will return aircraft entity. The method name is toEntity. And it will receive the aircraft request. Now let's import this aircraft here. Okay, and let me check here if request equal to null, then return null. That is great. Now let's return aircraft dot builder build. Now I will set here all the fields one by one. Code request dot get code, then model request dot get model. Okay, similar for all the fields. So let me provide that. After model, manufacturer, seating capacity, economy seat, premium seat, business seat, first class, range kilometer, cruising speed, max altitude fit, year of manufacture, registration date, next maintenance date, status is available, airline. Now let's accept airline here, and let's import this. Okay, airline and current airport ID, request dot get current airport ID. So that's it for this to entity. Now let's create similar to response method as well. Now to response method will receive aircraft entity and return the aircraft response. Let me import this aircraft response. Okay, it will receive aircraft entity. If aircraft equal to null, then return null, and it will return aircraft response dot builder ID, code, model, manufacturer, seating capacity, economy seat, premium seat, business seat, first class seat, range kilometer, cruising speed, max altitude fit, year of manufacture, registration date, next maintenance date, status, and is available. Now airline information, airline ID, airline name, and airline IATA code. So aircraft dot get airline, okay, is not null, then aircraft dot get airline dot get name. And for airline IATA code, aircraft dot get airline not null, then aircraft dot get airline dot IATA code, else null. And current airport ID, total seat, require maintenance, is operational, audit fail, created at, updated at. Now let's create for update entity. Okay, it will receive existing aircraft entity and aircraft request, which is coming from the front end, from user side, and airline, which related to this aircraft is related to this airline. So guys, what it will does is, whatever new data coming from the front end side in this airline aircraft request, those new fields it will set into the existing aircraft. So here you can see this aircraft is existing aircraft dot set code, and this request dot get code is new data coming from the front end, from user side. Okay, it will set code, model, manufacturer, seating capacity, economy seat, premium economy seat, business seat, set first class seat, set range kilometer, cruising type, max altitude fit, year of manufacture, registration date, next maintenance date, status is available, airline, and actually we don't need to shade the airline because we can't change the ownership of aircraft. So let me remove this field. We don't need this. Okay, and I will remove this from here as well. Okay, now let's go to aircraft service IMPL and start implementing this. Now here instead of empty object, we'll use aircraft mapper and to entity. We need to provide a request and let me check what are the fields. Airline. So we have fetched the airline details here. So let's provide the airline. Okay. Now we'll check, before saving it to database, we'll check if provided code is already exist in our database. Provided code of the aircraft. So aircraft repository dot find by code, exists by code. So let's create one method inside the repository. It will return boolean exist by code, and let's check exist by code aircraft dot get code. Throw new exception, code already exists with another aircraft. Okay, code should be unique. Now you can validate the seating capacity, like seating capacity should be the less than total seat. You can see we have method for get total seat, so seating capacity should be the less than this. Let's check here. If aircraft dot get seating capacity is less than aircraft dot get total seat, then throw the exception, like seating capacity can't exceed to total seat. Okay, and finally we can save it in our database. So aircraft mapper dot to response, and here we need to save in our database. So aircraft repository dot save aircraft. Okay, it will save it in our database and convert into the aircraft response and then return it. Great. Now for this get by id method, aircraft repository dot get by id, find by id. We have find by id method. Let's provide here id. Or else throw the exception. New exception. Aircraft not exists with the id. And let's throw the exception. Now we need to convert into the response. So let's do one thing, store it in a variable aircraft, and then convert into the response. Aircraft mapper dot response. Aircraft. Okay, great. Now, uh, list all aircraft by owner. So first, guys, we need to fetch here airline by owner ID. Airline equal to airline repository dot find by owner ID, and of course it's optional, so throw or else throw the exception. New exception. This owner don't have airline. Let's throw this exception. Okay, great. Now once we fetch the airline by provided owner ID, we'll fetch all the aircraft by this airline ID. And let me return here. Okay. Now I hope you understand why first we fetch this airline by owner ID, and then now we'll fetch all the aircraft by this airline ID. So let's return here. Aircraft repository dot find by airline ID. Let me provide here airline dot get ID and dot stream map aircraft mapper to response, and we need to convert into the to list. Okay, that is great. Now update and delete. So for update, we need to fetch this airline by owner ID. So let me fetch. Throw the exception. Now we need to fetch the aircraft by ID. Aircraft equal to aircraft repository, or what we can do is, guys, we can directly create one method inside the repository like fetch or find aircraft by ID and airline ID. We can do that. So let's go to the airline repository. Create here one request, aircraft find by ID and airline ID. So guys, we don't need to write now here validation, because this method will validate itself. Aircraft dot, I'll explain. First let me write here ID is this we need to provide here ID, and let's provide that ID here as well. Which aircraft do you want to update? ID and airline ID. If it is null, if aircraft equal to null, then throw the exception. Aircraft not exist with the ID. Okay, why guys we are not fetching only by ID and with the airline ID? Because if we only fetch this aircraft by the ID, then someone try to play with our database, means I can update aircraft which are not related to my airline. Okay, some other airline aircraft also I can update if I'm not giving this find by ID and airline ID. Now, since I have given here find by ID and airline ID, I'll be able to fetch data only my airline aircraft. Okay, I can only fetch those aircraft which are related to my airline, not others airline. So that's why we have given here. And if aircraft is not exist with the ID and airline ID, then it will throw the exception aircraft not exist with the ID. Okay, great. Now directly we can one more thing, guys. We are before saving it to database, we are checking the code. So again, I want to check this code. But here I need to make one more condition, like first I will check if this aircraft dot get code dot equals request dot what it says. Okay, aircraft dot get code dot equals request dot get code. Now if these are not equal to, okay, so let me provide here not sign. If aircraft dot get code, our existing aircraft code and code which are coming from the request, both are not same, this means that means user wants to change the code. So we need to check if aircraft repository dot exist by code aircraft let me provide here request dot code request dot code. Okay, if user wants to change the code, how we can identify? If aircraft dot code not dot equals to request dot code, both are not matched, then user wants to change the code. If user wants to change the code, we need to check this code is already present in our database. So here we will check aircraft dot repository dot exist by code. If it will return true, then throw this exception. Code already exists with another aircraft. Okay, and one more condition we can make is request dot get code not equal to null. Okay, only then we need to check this condition. Not equal to null. Okay, first we'll check if request dot code is not null, means user is providing some code. Now this code is not equal to this existing aircraft code, that means user wants to change the aircraft code. First we'll check in our database if is there any aircraft exists with user provided code. If yes, then we throw the exception. If not, then we'll allow user to update the code. Okay, now let's use here aircraft updated aircraft mapper dot to, instead of to entity we'll use here to update update entity. Here we need to provide the aircraft and aircraft requests. It will receive aircraft entity and request. Now it's not returning anything though. Let me remove this. It directly updated this aircraft entity, and now we can save it in our database. Let's do one thing. Aircraft mapper dot to response aircraft repository dot save aircraft. That's all. Now here, first let's fetch the airline. Throw the exception, airline not exists. Then I'll fetch aircraft. Same, this one. Okay, aircraft dot repository find by ID and airline ID. If not exist, then throw the exception. If you find, then delete it. Aircraft repository dot delete. Okay, IMPL method is ready. Now it's time to create controller for this. So inside controller, let me create one Java class. Aircraft controller. Let's annotate with the REST controller. Required as constructor and request mapping. API slash aircrafts and aircraft service. Okay, now let's create here method. Public response entity aircraft response. Create aircraft and in request body, let's accept the aircraft request. Now we need to validate this request. So how we can? Using @valid annotation from the Jakarta validation. And let's access here request header as well. Inside request header, will access X user ID. Okay. Long user ID. Now aircraft equal to aircraft service dot create aircraft. Let's provide here aircraft request and owner ID. Let's throw the exception. It will return the aircraft response. Now let's return response entity dot status http status dot created dot body will return aircraft. Okay, now since we are inserting data in our database, we'll annotate this method with the post mapping. Okay, this method is ready. Now similar, let's create for get aircraft by ID. Here we'll use get mapping and aircraft service dot get aircraft by ID. Only get by ID. Let's do one thing. Change the method name. Get aircraft by ID. Why we are using full name? Because in the client side aircraft, it will create the conflict issue. That's why. If you provide the full name, it don't create the conflict issue. Now for list all aircrafts by honor. Let me throw the exception. List all aircrafts. Okay. This is also get mapping, and inside request header will accept the user ID. That user ID will provide here. By this user ID, first fetch the airline, and by that airline ID, fetch all the aircrafts. This is we already see in the IMPL. Now update. So update aircraft path variable, from the path variable will accept this ID, and inside request body will accept the aircraft requests. We can validate this. Okay, but here we don't need to validate, because in update method fields can be null. Now request header. In the request header we are accepting user ID. Let's throw the exception, and that's it. Now let's create a delete mapping. Delete method, delete aircraft. Here also guys will accept the request header. Inside request header we want user ID, and that user ID will provide here user ID. Okay, let me check. First is aircraft ID and second is owner ID. Okay, that is great. Now our controller is ready. So that's it for this video guys. Now in the next video we'll test our endpoints of airline controller and aircraft controller. So let's meet in the next video now. Alright everyone, in the previous video we have created APIs for airline and aircraft. Now it's time to test those APIs. So let's go to our Postman, and inside airline system I will open this airline service. So first let's create airline. Okay, and my airline is running on which port? I don't know. Let me check. First, let me start the server. Airline core service. Okay. And we'll check what is the port of airline core service. Okay, I got an error. So first we need to fix this error. What it says, no property exist by code found for type aircraft exists. Okay, so let's go to the aircraft a repository first. Exist by code. Aircraft. Okay, so problem is it should be exist. Okay, like this, exist by code. Now let's fix it. Not here, inside the aircraft service IMPL, and here you can see we have exist. Let me fix this as well, exists by code. Okay, now what is this? It's not a problem. Let me now restart the server. And there you go, our airline service is running on 5002. So let's give here 5002 API and airlines. For creating new airline we have this endpoint. We can check this in airline controller. Let's go to airline controller. ABI Airlines. Okay, and this is the post mapping. Create airline. ABI Airlines. Now inside body, we have IATA code, ICAO code, name, aliens, country. Country we don't need, so I can remove this. Logo URL, websites, states, and aliens, then headquarter cities. Okay, that's it. Let me quickly fix this. Oh, why it's coming like this? Okay, two space here we have. So let's give two space to this hour as well. Okay, now it's formatted. Now we can hit this. We can hit this endpoint. So let's send the request. And again, I got the error. Required header x user ID. Okay, so let's provide the header x user ID 1. Let me enable this x user ID. Now let's go to body again and send the request. This time what which error I got? Okay, it says created at cannot be null. So let's fix this. Go to the airline service IMPL and what we can do is create airline dot set created it. Let me set here local date dot local date time dot now, and it's inside required type instant set created it. Let me check in airline model what is the problem. Oh, why it's instant created it. Okay, so the problem is, let me think label false, where it is, and what is the date? Okay, database is YouTube Airline DB. Okay, YouTube Airline DB. Okay, now let's go to the airline, and here guys I have given the created date and last modified date. Okay, so I don't need to give here local date time. Let me remove this line and again go to the airline model. Okay, there you go. Now guys, this fields work only when I enable JPA auditing. How I can enable that? So I need to annotate it in the main class, on the main class, at the rate enable JPA auditing. And one more annotation I need to apply is entity listener on the airline. Entity listener, and here auditing auditing entity listener class I need to provide. Okay, when I provide here entity listener and auditing entity listener class, and in the on the main class when I enable the JP auditing, only then this field will work, like created date and last modified date. Okay, same we are using in aircraft as well. Let me show you that. Created date and last modified date. Okay, now let's save these changes and restart the server. Stop and restart once. Okay, our server is started on port 5002. Now let's hit this endpoint again and try to create airline. And there you go. This time we have the airline created. Okay, now currently status of this airline is let me check the status where it is. Yeah, there you go. It's active. And I can change the status of this airline like approve, banned, etc. So let's see we have changed status. And airline, what is the endpoint? Let me check the endpoint for updating status of airline. We need to provide the ID and approve and suspend. Let's use this, or ban we can use. Here we need to provide the ID 1 and ban. What is the method? Let me check method. Method is post mapping. It should be patch instead of post, right? But okay, no problem. Now inside the body, let's give empty JSON or what? Yeah, now let's try to ban this airline. And there you go, status is banned. Guys, what I will do is I will change the method. Okay, let it be. Let it be. Now, this means airline endpoints are working fine. We can get all the airlines as well. Let's go to body. We don't need a body here. Let's hit this endpoint. Actually, our server is running on 5002. So we can head this. Okay, you can see we are getting all the airline. Now it's time to create aircraft. Where is the aircraft service? There you go. Create aircraft. Okay. And again, our service is running on 5002. Code of the aircraft, model, manufacturer, seating capacity, economy seat, premium economy seat, business seat, first class seat, then range kilometer, cruising speed kilometer, max altitude field, year of the manufacturer, registration date, and next maintenance date. So let me give here 2016. And status inactive. So let me remove this. Status will be active by default. Is available. Let me make here true. And current airport ID is 1. Okay, let's hit this endpoint. And we are getting this error. Error says validation fail, aircraft request. First class seat rejected, value 0. Okay. What it says? Positive. So it should be minimum 1 or 2. Let's give 1. And premium economy seat will be 7. Let's say, what if I give 8? So guys, 8 plus 2, 10. 10 plus this 8, 80. 90, 90, and this 1 plus. So 91. Total seat will become 91. But sitting capacity also all is only 90. And total seat is 91. So it will it should throw the exception like Seating capacity can't be accessed. Status. Okay, status is required. So let's provide the status as well. Okay, first let me fix this and let me provide here status. Instead of inactive, I will give here active. Okay, and let's give here 7 and 1. Now let me check aircraft requires. Status is required. Okay, and required header. So inside header, let me give user ID 1, send the request. Now what is asking? Could not execute statement created at cannot be null. So again guys, we need to annotate our aircraft entity with the entity listener. Let's go to, I forgot to annotate this with entity listener, and auditing entity listener class we need to provide. Okay, now it's enable, and server will auto reload. Let me check, is it or not? Let's check once, else we need to restart server. Okay, we don't need to restart server, and aircraft is created successfully. Now let's fetch all the aircraft by airline ID. Inside the header, I need to provide the X user ID. So let's copy this header name. Go to get by airline. Provide year 1. And endpoint should be 5002. And there you go. We are getting all the available aircrafts of airline. Okay. Now get all airport is also working. Aircraft endpoint is also working. Now let's go to the aircraft controller. Okay, get aircraft by ID list is also working. So let me add one more point, one more endpoint. Get by ID. Then aircraft. Let me give 1. Request method is get. And the request, and there you go, we are getting aircraft by ID as well. Okay guys, so all the endpoints are working fine. Now that's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we'll understand flight operation service architecture. In real airline system, when we talk about flight, we actually means different things depending on the context. Let me explain with an example. Indigo has a flight called 6E204. It flies from Delhi to Mumbai. That route, Delhi to Mumbai, operates by a Boeing 737, flight number 6E204. That is a flight. It is a template, a permanent record that says this route exists, this aircraft flies it, this is the flight number. But 6A204 on Monday 10th March at 6 p.m. 6. That is a flight instance, a specific physical departure on a specific date and time. 6A204 on Tuesday 11th March is a different flight instance. Same flight template, different actual operation. Now, How do those instances get created? Indigo doesn't manually create one for every single day. They create a flight schedule. 68204 operates every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from March 1st to June 13th, departing at 6 and arriving at 8:10. When you save that schedule, the system automatically generates a flight instance for every Monday, every Wednesday, every Friday in that date range. So, this is our services. Three entities, three layer of the same concept. Flight, the route template, then flight schedule, the recurring pattern, and flight instance, a specific physical departure on specific date and time. Now let me show you the diagram. So here you can see the complete hierarchy. We have flight, under flight we have schedule, and under the schedule we have instances. When passengers search for flights, they search flight instance. When airline admin create a route, they create flights. When they want to operate it for a season, they create flight schedule. The system does the rest. Okay. So I hope you understand the flight operations architecture. Now that's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video, guys. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we'll create and set up project for flight operation service. So let's go to Spring Initializer and create project for flight operation service. In group, I will give here com.Josh. Then artifact, I need to provide the flight operation service. Okay, name I will keep this. Now let me provide the description. Flight operation service manages flights, flight schedule, and flight instances. Okay. It represents the core operational flight lifecycle. Now package name I will keep com.josh only, packaging jar, configuration YAML, and Java 17. Now let's add the dependencies. Let me add first the Spring Boot dev tool, Longbook, Spring Web for RESTful APIs. Now database related dependency, Spring Data JPA and MySQL driver class. Okay, now let's generate the project. Saved it. Navigate to the zip file. We need to extend this, extract all. Okay, now let's cut this, close this, paste, and I don't need this flight of service, so I will remove it. Now zip file, and here we have flight of service. Okay, so now let's open this with the microservices. Okay, let me go to here. Open with the IntelliJ IDEA. And now let me close all this tab and minimize this airline core and location and the user service as well. Here you can see we have flight op service. Currently here you will not able to see that flight op service, because first we need to register this flight op service in the its parent POM or parent aggregator. So who is the parent aggregator? This POM file. So here we need to register this flight op service as a module. Flight op service. Okay, now let me reload changes. Now inside this flight of service, we need to provide the parent detail. So let's open its pom.xml file, and here let me provide the com.josh artifact id. I will provide services, then version, this snapshot version. Let me remove this group now. Okay, and this relative path also I can remove, I don't need it. And this empty block, let me remove it. And this property block also I will remove, because Java version, it will apply from the parent root pom. Now let's reload this, and now you can see here we have flight of service. We can run this project, and also guys, in build plugin, we'll remove this configuration for Lombok, and from this Spring Boot Mount plugin as well, let me remove this. Okay, let's change this. Now as a next step, we need to add here common library dependency as well. Dependency common library, group id is com.josh. Then here common library, and let me make it dynamic. Project version, project.version. Great. Now inside the YAML file, we need to provide server detail, server port. So our flight will run on 500. 3 is I guess reserved. So what I will give here, 5005 server port. Okay. Now we need to provide the database configuration as well. So let's copy that from the user service. Inside the application YAML, we have this. So let's copy this. Database configuration. And we need to change the database airline flight DB. YouTube. Okay, I will create this database because it's not exist in my MySQL. So let me create it quickly. Create database. Okay, and database is created. Now I can run this service. Okay, so let's wait. It's running. It will take a couple of seconds. We need to give some time to this service, and here we can see the log and airline core service. Actually not airline, but we need to run this flight. Okay, so let's run this flight of service. And yeah, now our flight of service is running, and it's running on Tomcat port 5004. Tomcat started on port 5005. Now let's validate that 5005. Okay, so let's do one thing, create one home controller for this. Actually we have created home controller in every services. So let me copy that from the user service. Here we have, right? Let's copy this, and inside the flight of service, I'll create one controller package. Inside this package, I'll create one Java class. home controller. And let me provide here REST controller. Now let's save the changes and check it's reload or not. Oh, it's auto reload because of the Spring Boot dev tool, so we don't need to reload. Now let's check in the browser. Hey everyone, I am user service of the airline system, so we need to change this message in a home controller. Hey everyone, I am flight service, or we can copy the description of flight service. Okay, let me copy this. Let's go to the home controller, where it is. There you go. And okay, let me remove this. Provide here. This is just flight operation service manages flights, flight schedule, etc. Now let's check in the browser as well. I'm not able to see the changes. Okay. I think I need to restart the server. Only then I'll be able to see the changes. So let me restart this. Why still I'm not able to? Oh shit, I have done this changes in the user service. Okay, so let me cut this, Control Z, and let's go to the flight of service home controller and make those changes here. Okay, now let's see it's reload or not. This is the home controller of flight of service, right? Yeah. Okay. Now let's check in the browser. And there you go. Flight operation service manages flights, flight schedule, and flight instances. It represents the core operational flight lifecycle. Okay, guys. So our project is set up successfully. Now, that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next video. Alright everyone, now it's time to implement flight APIs. First, let me create one model package inside com.josh. Model. Inside model, I'll create one entity for flight. Now, we need to annotate this with the entity getter, setter, builder, no action structure, all action structure. So let me provide that. And also for auditing field, we need to provide entity listener. Okay, since we are using entity listener here, we need to enable audit JP auditing. Okay, so when we use updated and created fields, let me show you that as well. Like this. When we use created and updated field and annotate with the created date and last modified date to this updated at field, it's auto working. Okay, we don't need to provide a created at date manually. It handled by JP auditing. Now let me create the ID as well. After that, we need a flight number as well. String flight number. Okay. And column. Let's give nullable false. After the flight number, we need the airline ID. Okay, which airline operates this flight? Airline ID. Now this is also nullable false. Then we need the aircraft ID as well. Private long aircraft ID. Aircraft ID. This is also nullable false. Now departure airport ID and arrival airport ID we need to provide. Private long departure airport ID and arrival airport ID. Okay, this both also nullable false. So let me annotate with the column nullable false. Now let's provide the flight status as well. Private flight status. Actually, status enum is not created. We need to create this enum inside the enums in common library. Okay, and what are the status? Schedule, boarding, departure, completed, delivered, etc. So let me provide those status: schedule, boarding, departure, in air, landed, arrived, delayed, cancelled, delivered, diverted, and completed. Now other fields we have. Okay, this much is enough. Now let's create a response and request for this. Okay, so inside the common library, where is the okay, inside the response, I'll create flight response on Java class flight response. Okay, and here also we need to provide the getter, setter, all action constructor, no action constructor, builder. Okay, the getter setter will come from the data, builder, no action constructor, all action constructor, and all these fields like ID, flight number, airline response, then aircraft response, departure airport, okay, arrival airport, departure time, arrival time, status, lowest price, total available seats, created it and updated it. Departure airport ID, this is, and which I miss is arrival time and departure time. Okay, this will handle by the schedule, and the price also will handle by the fair pricing, so we don't need to provide inside entity, but it is required in the response. For now, we'll keep it null. Total available seat also. Okay. Now, let's do one thing, create request for it. Flight request. And annotate with the same annotations. And for a flight request, we need the same fields but with the validation. So let's provide those. Flight number, okay, it's string, size maximum 10, flight number is, and it should not blank. If it is blank from the client side or front end side, this will throw the error, flight number is required. Then airline ID, no need to provide. Okay, but for now we need to provide the airline ID. Okay, let's keep it. If we don't need, we'll remove it later. Aircraft ID should not null. Then departure ID also not null. And arrival airport ID and flight status. Let's do one thing. Provide the flight status, default flight status equal to flight status. What we can give? Pending, delivered, in air, landed. None of this is match because boarding schedule we can give only when flight gets scheduled. Arrived, level, cancel, departure. So for now, let's make it null. Instead of giving any status, default it will be null. Now let's create service class. Inside the package, first I will create one service package. Service. And inside this service package, I will create one class. Flight service. And methods for create flight. It will return flight response. Create flight. Take a flight request and user ID. It should be interface, not class. Okay, let me change here. Now list of flight response. Do one thing. For now, let's take it airline ID. Airline ID. Okay, later we'll change the user ID once we integrate API gateway and fan client. And why will change? Because guys, here will, instead of this airline ID directly, we'll take a user ID. From where we'll fetch the user ID? By provided JWT token. From the JWT token, we'll fetch the user ID. By user ID, we'll fetch the airline. Okay, and from that airline object, we'll collect the airline ID. So you will understand when we implement. For now, just focus on the services. After this, get all flights. Get flights by airline. Get flights by airline. And here also we can give directly either airline ID or okay, for now let's give direct airline ID. Later we'll use here user ID. Then If you want to filter this flight by a departure airport or arrival airport, we need to provide the ID of that airport. So departure airport ID, then long arrival airport ID, then pageable. Let me import this pageable, and arrival should look like this. Now let's create here get flight by ID. Get flight by ID. Then we can create for update as well. Flight response update flight long ID and flight requests. Then let's delete the flight. Actually, it will return the void. It won't return anything. Void. Okay. One more. Let's create. Change the status. Let's import the status. This is for changing the status of flight once it gets scheduled. Now this get flights by airline will return pageable flight response. So we need to provide here page. Now let's create the IMPL package inside it. Package IMBL. Inside this IMBL, let me create service flight service IMBL and implements flight service. Now implement methods, service, and required as constructor. And we need a repository as well. Let me create a repository package first. A repository. Inside this repository package, I will create a repository interface. What is the name? Flight repository. Yep. Flight repo. Flight repository. And extend JBA repository. Okay, here we'll provide the flight and ID type of it is long. Now let's provide one method. So create one method. It will return a pageable flight response for get find by airline ID. Airline find by airline ID. We need to provide here long airline ID. Okay, not string. So let's change parameter long, and it will return the flight, not response. Okay, this method is enough for now. If you want more method, we'll add those later. For now, this is enough. Okay, so let's go to the IMPL now and start writing implementation of it. Um, Before this, we need a mapper as well. Okay, so let's create the mapper class as well inside the com.josh. Let me create package mapper. Inside this mapper, let me create one Java class, flight mapper. Change the name. Rename. Okay. And create method for toEntity. And it will take flight request. If request equal to null, then return null. If request is not null, then we need to convert this request into the entity. Flight dot builder build. Now let's set all those fields like flight number, request dot get flight number, then aircraft ID, request dot get aircraft ID, departure airport ID, request dot get departure airport ID, then arrival airport ID, then status, request dot get status. Now what if status is null? Okay, let's provide a default status schedule, so status can't be null. Schedule. Okay, and from the mapper now we can remove this status. Default status is schedule. Now same guys, for response also we need to create one method, so let's create for the response similar method. Okay, let's import this flight response, and those responses we don't have for now. Let me remove it. What we can do is we can okay, let's do one thing, remove for now. We'll update those. For now, let's create here a new or directly airline response dot builder dot build and set here ID flight dot get airline ID. Okay, this is the temporary solution, guys. Or what we can do is we can keep this like this. Let's import this one by one. Okay, and we'll create the dummy object for now. Okay, now let's create method. I didn't explain this, right? So guys, this to response method will take a flight entity and this aircraft response, airline response, airport response, departure airport, and arrival airport. Now from where this will come? So for now guys, let it be. You will not understand for now, but when we convert our entity from the when we convert our entity to the response, okay, and when we create the dummy response for this aircraft airline and airport. That time I will explain in the depth. Now let it be. Now update entity. Okay, so if request equal to null or existing equal to null, then return null, then return directly. Okay, we don't need to update anything. But if request dot get flight number not equal to null, then we'll update the existing entity flight number. Okay, so you can see we are setting here. If request dot get airline ID not null, user can't change the airline ID of the flight. So let me remove this. Now request dot get aircraft ID not equal to null, then change the aircraft ID in existing entity. If departure airport ID is not null, then change departure airport ID. Same for arrival airport ID and status. Okay, now let's go to flight service IMPL and start writing implementation of it. Now first let's create the flight. What is the first step? We need to check the provided flight number is already present in our database. If it is present, then we need to change the flight number. Now how you can do that? First we need the repository method. It will return the boolean exist by flight number. Okay, and this will be string. Because guys, flight number is unique, and okay, here let it be flight number should be the unique. Let me give here unique true. Flight number should be the unique. First we'll check if any flight is exist with the provided or requested flight number. We can check using flight repository. Flight repository dot exist by flight number, and here we need to provide the flight number. If it is exist, then throw the exception. Throw new exception. Flight with number already exists. Now let's create our flight object using mapper. Flight equal to flight mapper dot to entity. What we need to provide here is request, and finally we can set here airline ID. Let's set the airline ID. Now saved it. Let's save it in one variable. Saved. Now let's convert into the response and return here. Using flight mapper, we can convert into the response and return. Okay. For now, for this create flight, we okay, let's do one thing. We want the aircraft and etc, right? Let's create one method here. Public convert to flight response. Convert to flight response. What it will return? Flight response. And it will take flight. Guys, don't worry about it much. You will understand. For now, let's use here the same method, flight mapper dot response and flight. For this, let me give null. For aircraft, null. Then this is airport response, airline response, and this is arrival airport, departure airport. Okay, so I don't need this null. Let's remove this as well. Now, why I'm getting this error? Remove fifth parameter from the, how many parameter actually? First is flight, second aircraft. Okay, aircraft null I have given. Third airline response, fourth departure, and fifth I need to provide the null. Again, this is for arrival airport. Okay, so guys, let's go to our flight mapper, and for to response we need to provide these parameters, but we don't have this aircraft, airline response, departure airport, and arrival airport. So I have given here null, but this is not the solution. So how what I will do is I'll create here airline response first. Sorry, aircraft response. Aircraft equal to aircraft response dot builder build, and here I'll give the ID. ID is flight dot get aircraft ID. Why I have given only ID? Because currently I have the aircraft related data is ID only. Okay, other data I don't have of the aircraft, so I have given the ID. Same I will do for airline response, airline. Now airline response builder build, let's give here ID. Flight dot get airline ID. Same for departure airport and arrival airport. Airport response, departure airport equal to airport response builder. Let's do one thing, copy this and provide here arrival airport. Okay, now let's provide the ID. Dot ID flight dot get departure airport ID, and here also ID flight dot get arrival ID. Now let's provide this field. Instead of this null, I'll provide here aircraft. Then for this airline, I'll provide here airline. We have departure as well, departure airport, and we have arrival airport as well. Now guys, you may have a question like, this is okay. Wait, first let me use this convert here, then I will explain. Convert response. Let me provide here save. Now guys, you have a question like, that's it? Will it work in production? And will it work in real world? And if you just have an ID, and if you want to provide just ID, then why you have provided a response inside the response class? Like, why you have provided the airline response instead of directly you can provide the long airline ID? Okay, same for the aircraft response. Why you have provided your aircraft response? Inside aircraft response, you can directly just provide the long and aircraft ID. Because you don't have other fields, you have just aircraft ID. Then why you have provided a whole response here? So the answer is, let's go to here. When we integrate the fan client, that time by this ID, okay, this flight.get aircraft ID will fetch here whole aircraft response, and that response will pass here, not this one, because this response have just ID, not other fields, not other data. The data will be null for now. But when we integrate fan client and we learned service to service communication, then we'll fetch whole aircraft response here in the flight service. Okay, so that's why this is the temporary solution. It's not a permanent. I hope you have your doubt is clear now. Let's move to the get flight by airline flights by. Let's implement this now. Flight repository dot find by airline ID. And of course guys, we are providing here departure airport and arrival airport. So we need to update our repository method. We can't use find by airline ID because it will return all the airline, but how you will filter those? So for filtering, we need to add extra things. Where is the flight repository? Okay. Let's do that thing. We can annotate this with the query. And we'll write here JPQL query. First, select F from flight F. Now write the condition where F dot airline ID equal to airline ID. And now we need to provide the filter with the and inside this departure ID is null. or f dot departure id, departure airport id equal to departure id. Same condition for arrival. Arrival id is null or f dot arrival id equal to arrival id. Now let me fix this. Okay. So guys, if departure id is null, okay, so we don't need to do anything. We don't need to do, go beyond this or. Okay, we'll move to the next condition. We'll check the arrival id. If arrival id is coming or not from the front end side. Now it will check if arrival id is also null, then directly it will come out from this and just return all the airline which are related, return all the flights which are related to this airline id without filtering. But if departure id is not null, then it will go this side and it will filter the flights. It will return only those flights whose departure id is equal to this departure id. Okay, now we need to provide those departure id here and airline id as well. So let's use here params. Param airline id same for departure id, long departure id, and same for arrival id, param arrival id, long arrival id. Okay, now let's go back to service. Provide here first airline id, then departure, then arrival id. Okay, and at the last need to provide pageable as well. Now it will return the list, pageable of flight, but we need pageable of response. So let's convert this into the pageable response. Let's map this and use here this dot convert to flight response. Okay, that's it. Now let's find here flight equal to flight repository dot or else throw the exception. Flight flight not found with id, and we need to throw this exception as well. Now here we'll use convert to flight response and provide here flight. Okay, now update flight. Let's FLIGHT existing equal to flight repository dot find by id, or else throw the exception. So same process. First we'll fetch the existing flight entity, like which flight do you want to update. Okay. Now, if he wants to update the flight number, then we need to check if request flight request dot get flight number not equal to null. Then flight repository dot exist by flight number and id not. So let's create one more method. And let's provide here id. Let's provide id. id. Okay. If it is true, then throw the exception flight with already exists. Now guys, why we need this condition and what it will does, let me explain this. So first we are checking flight request dot get flight number not equal to null. That means user wants to update the flight number, but flight number is unique in our database. So we need to first check is this flight number is exist in our database with any other flight. If yes, then we need to throw the exception flight with already exist. Now, why this method? Exist by flight number and ID. We can simply use exist by flight number. Why we have add this extra like and ID not. So, okay guys, now let's understand why we have used this exist by flight number and ID not. We can directly use exist by flight number only. Why we use this extra? So let's understand the two scenarios. In the first scenario, user have flight number 450 and this is the existing flight and user wants to update the flight number from 450 to 1 and we are not using this. Instead of we are using only this exist by flight number. And let me change this as well. Okay, in this scenario it will work. First it will check that flight is already exist in our database with this number. If not, then it will update the existing flight number from 450 to 451 and it's updated. Now it works. Okay, this is the first scenario. Now let's see the another scenario. In another scenario, you have existing flight F 451 and now this time user don't want to change the flight number. Let me give this 504. Don't want to change the flight number, so he will give the same flight number from the front end side, but he wants to change the departure airport ID. Okay, departure. Okay, let me write in short. He wants to change the departure airport ID. Now in this scenario, will it work? Because first it will check flight repository dot exist by flight number. He will try to this is the request, sorry. He will try to fetch flights by this ID. Now this time it will return true. Like this flight is already exist in our database because we have this existing flight, right? So it will return true. We have the flight in our database with this number F450. So it will throw the exception flight with already exist. Now it fails. This method is fails, right? Because it won't allow us to update the departure ID. Now here I will add and id not, and let me provide here id. So this time what it will does is, okay, let me provide id like this. Now what it will does, it won't just fetch the flight by just number, it will fetch the flight by id as well. Okay, this provided request id and provided flight id. If we will find, okay, then it return false. Yeah guys, you listen true, you heard true. If we find by id and flight number, then it return false, not true. Because sorry, why it will return false? Because here we have provided not sign. It will return false, that means he will not go inside this block directly, he will allow us to update other details. So I hope now you understand this, and let's finish this method. Let's update here flight mapper dot update entity and provide here requests and existing. Now flight save or updated. Convert response and let's give here updated. Okay, now guys, this same mistake I have made in another service as well. I guess I have made this mistake in airline. Let me check. Airline service of will fix that here. Service IMBL in update method. Not. Let me check in aircraft, maybe update find by or exist by code. Here you can see we are using exist by code, but we should use here exist by code and id not. Sorry, no, not here. Where I have this made a mistake, I guess inside the location service, because here we are manually checking that if code is equal to this code, then exist by code. Okay, code already exists. Okay, not this one, but let's go to the location service maybe. Now inside location service we have two IMPL, one is airport and second is city. So where I have made this mistake, exist by city code. Okay, so the same scenario here as well guys. You can see we are using exist by city code, but I should use city code and id and not, and I need to provide here id. Same scenario guys which I have explained to you. Now let's go to the, remove this, go to our flight service IMPL and finish this change status. First we'll fetch the flight by id. Okay, existing flight. Now let's change the status of this existing flight. Existing dot set status and status. Now we can save it. In our database. Okay, convert to updated. Now for delete also, first we'll fetch the existing flight, and then finally we'll delete here. What we can do is we can find by airline ID and ID. Okay, so let's provide here airline ID as well. Now let's make changes in flight service. Airline ID. Okay, and let's change the repository method as well. Here what we will use is, it will return the flight find by airline ID and ID. Now let's use this method. And one more thing, find by airline ID and ID. So airline ID and ID. Let's make it optional. Optional. Okay, let's go to here. Now guys, why I have used this find by airline ID and ID? Because if I use only find by ID, then anyone can delete any flight. But if I give here find by airline ID and ID, then I can delete only those flights which are related to my airline. Okay, not others airline flight. So that's why I have given this. Okay, so our IMPL service is ready. Now let's create controller for this. Let me minimize this location service, user service as well, and inside flight operation service, inside the controller, let me create one Java class for flight controller. Let's annotate with the REST controller, request mapping, required as constructor. Okay, API slash API flights. This is the all the our endpoint within this controller will start from slash API slash flights. And it's all our API endpoint. Here we need flight service, so let's get the instance of it. Now create our first method for create flight. Public response entity, it will return the flight response. Create flight. Okay, inside the request body will accept the flight request, and by providing this valid annotation, we can validate the request. We need here airline ID as well. Let's do one thing. Use here X user ID instead of user ID. So inside in this user ID will provide the airline ID for now. You can think of like this. Now let's return here a response entity dot status HTTP status created. Dot body flight service dot create flight, and provide the flight request and ID. Let's throw the exception. Now guys, let me explain you one more time. Currently you can see in create flight, we are providing airline ID, okay, not user ID, but here we have given the airline ID. So for now this is the temporary, and this user ID will provide the airline ID from the front end. And when we integrate the API gateway, that time we'll provide actual user ID, and from this user ID will fetch the airline, and from that airline will provide the airline ID. Okay, so for now we'll provide here, let's do one thing, give me here, instead of user ID, airline ID. Also you don't get confused, airline ID. Okay, now let's annotate this method with post mapping, since we are inserting data in the database. Now we have get flights by ID. Okay, so let's create the controller for that as well. Flight service dot get flight by ID, and from the parameter path variable will accept the ID path variable. Okay, now get flights by airline. So here you can see departure airport ID and arrival airport ID. We are accepting this departure airport ID and arrival airport ID from the request header, and get flights by airline, and here we are providing the airline ID. So let me provide the airline ID instead of this. Airline ID. Airline ID. Okay. Now let's create the update file for update flight. Okay, from path variable we'll accept the ID, like which flight do you want to update, and from the request body we'll accept the data, flight data, which data do you want to update. Okay, and this valid we can remove from here. Maybe some data will be null. If user don't want to provide a flight number, he can avoid in the update method. It's totally allowed and valid. Okay, now let's create for change status. So in change status we need to provide the ID, status, and inside request parameter provide the status. It will throw the exception. And for ID we need to provide the, let's copy this from request header. Airline ID. First airline ID, then ID. And throw the exception. Okay, so guys, controller are ready now. That's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to create APIs for flight instance. Let's go to IntelliJ IDEA. Let me close all this. In the previous video, we have created this flight services. Let's close all this. Inside the services, main Java, and model. Let me create one entity for flight instance. Flight instance. And of course we need to annotate with this all the fields. Let's annotate like entity, getter, setter, builder, no action structure, all action structure, and entity listener. We need ID as well, same like flight. So let me copy the ID field as well. Now let's provide the airline ID. So airline ID is long. Private long airline ID. Then private flight. So flight relation is many to one, means one flight have multiple instances. So let's provide the relation many to one. Then departure airport ID. Private long departure airport ID. Column nullable false. Arrival airport ID. Why it's long. Arrival airport ID. Then schedule ID. Private long schedule ID. Column nullable false. Here also column nullable false. Then departure date time and arrival date time. Private local date time, departure date time, and private local date time, arrival date time. Arrival date time. Okay. Now let's provide the total seat. Private integer total seats. Column nullable false and arrival available seats. Integer available seats. Column nullable false. Flight status. Flight status. Okay. Let's provide here column nullable false and also enumerated enum type string. Now minimum advance booking days we can provide here. Private integer minimum advance booking days and minimum max advance booking days, and is active. Private boolean is active equal to true. Then Let's create one method to get formatted duration. Public, it will return string get formatted duration. So as a string, what it will return? Let me show you that. Let's write here instead of. First, let me return here null for now and write the comment. It will return formatted duration, means gap between departure date time and arrival date time, like 5 hour 45 minutes, like this. Okay, so here we'll write one condition. If departure date time and arrival date time equal to null, then return null. Departure date time equal to null or arrival date time equal to null, then return null. And let's get the duration. Duration means gap between these two date, departure date and arrival date. So right here, duration dot between departure date time and arrival date time. Now let's get the hours from this duration. Duration dot get hours. Duration dot 2 hours. Okay. Then let's get the minutes. Long. Duration dot 2 minute. Minutes part. Now let's create the string here. String builder equal to new string builder. If hours is greater than 0, then sb dot append, you can remove this, sb dot append hours and h. Okay, this 5 hours is 5 and this h we have append it. Now same for minute. If minute greater than 0, then sb dot append minute and minute, like this. Now let's return here this sb dot to string and trim. So trim will remove extra spaces from and. That is great. Now let's annotate this method with transient. I can remove this as well now. So flight instance is ready now. Let's create the service class for flight instance. New Java class flight instance service. GHT flight instance, it should be like this, and not a class, instead of interface. Now let's rename this file. Now let's write all the services. First, create flight instance. Create flight instance. It will return the flight instance response. We don't have a response, so we'll create one class for the response. and let me provide here user ID, flight instance request. Okay, now let's create the response class. Class, okay, inside the response. Now we need to annotate it with the getter setter, builder, all action setter, no action setter. Getter setter will come from this data, builder, and no action setter, all action setter. Now let's provide all the fields. Flight status, where response we don't have, let me comment it for now. See, first ID, flight ID, then flight number, airline ID, airline name, airline logo, aircraft ID, aircraft model, aircraft code, and departure airport, arrival airport, departure date time, arrival date time, formatted duration, total seat, available seat, status, minimum advance booking days, maximum advance booking days, is active, and this 2 3 we don't need. Now let's create same for a flight request. Create class inside the request package. Let's go to the response. Let me copy this. Flight instance request. Okay, and let's import this flight status. So let's go through one by one. First we have flight ID and we have the validation. Flight ID should be not null. If user sent a flight ID null from the client side, then it will throw this error, flight ID is required. Then airline ID, schedule ID, departure airport ID. So airline ID we don't, okay, let's take it for now, or we can remove this, we don't need. Schedule ID, departure airport ID, arrival airport ID, departure date time, arrival date time, total seat, available seats, status, minimum advance booking days, maximum advance booking days, and is active. Okay. Okay. Now let's go to flight service IMPL. Actually, we don't have. Okay, first we need to finish this service. Let's go to flight instance service. And now let's create the second method, get flight instance by ID. Flight instance response, and we have this update flight instance as well, right? I need to provide the ID and flight instance request. So let's provide the ID long. Which flight instance do you want to update? And flight instance request means which data do you want to update. Now for delete flight instance long. This delete won't return anything. It will return void. Okay, now get flight instance by ID. Flight response. Get flight instance by ID. get by. Now let's write one more method, get by airline ID. So it will return pageable flight instance response. Get flight instances. We can give get flight instances by airline ID or get by airline ID as well. So instead of this, let's write a method name get by airline ID. Flight instance instead of flight instance requires, let's provide here long airline ID pageable, and also will provide some filter methods as well. Sorry, filter parameters. Long departure airport ID, then arrival airport ID, flight ID, and on date, like on a specific date, how many flights are scheduled. So that thing we can get by this parameter on date. Why it's giving a typo error word flight? Okay, FLIGH FLIGHT like this. Now let's create the repository method for this. It should be the interface flight instance repository extend JPA repository flight instance, and let's provide a long list flight response. It will return the list of flight instance. So we want the method that can return all the instances of any specific airline. So we'll use here get find by method name is find by airline ID. Okay, that is great. And also guys, will provide the JPQL query as well for filters. Let's do one thing, annotate with the query, and let's write here our actual query. Select flight instance from flight instance FI. Where flight instance FI dot airline ID equal to airline ID. Okay, this parameter will provide here. Let me provide airline ID. So let's convert this into the airline ID. Here we need to use param airline ID, and along this is the airline ID. Now departure airport ID. If departure airport ID is not null, then we need to filter by departure airport ID. Let's provide that condition here. Departure airport ID is null, or flight dot departure airport ID equal to departure airport ID. That means if it is null, then don't do anything. If it is not null, then what we need to do is we need to filter flight instances by departure airport ID, by provided departure airport ID. So let me provide here this departure airport ID as well. Params departure airport ID, departure departure airport ID long departure airport ID. Okay, now let's provide arrival airport ID as well. Same. Arrival airport ID. Arrival. Now let's write the condition for arrival airport ID. So we'll check here, and if arrival airport ID is not null, arrival airport ID is null, or flight dot arrival airport ID equal to arrival airport ID. Now let's do same for flight ID. So let's accept here flight ID. Then let's accept day start and day end. Day start, local date, time, day start, and param day end, lower date time, day end. And finally we need here pageable. Okay, let me provide comma here. All right, now let's filter by flight ID. We'll check here, and flight ID is null, or flight instance dot flight ID equal to flight ID. So here we have flight dot get ID, flight dot ID. Okay, inside the flight instance we have flight field that contains the flight entity. Let me show you that. You can see we have a flight field and it contains the flight entity. Now let's go to flight instance repository. Then departure date time should be the greater than equal to day start. And if day start is not null, day start is null, or flight dot departure date time, it should be the greater than equal to day start. day end. Less than equal to day end. Now let's understand this day start and day end, how this will work. So guys, when somebody give me the date, let's say he wants the 12/03 and 2026. He wants the all the flight instances or all the flight of this date are 12. So what we'll do is from this date we'll get the day start. Day start means midnight time of the day, 00. Okay, 00. This is the midnight time. So this is the day start time. And what is the day end time? 23:59. This is the end day time. Okay, so all you know that we have 24 hours in one day. This is the day start time and this is the day end time. So here we are checking that departure date time should be greater than equal to day start, and arrival time should be the less than of this day end. Means we want all the flight instance which are between this date range. Okay, now I hope you understand how it's gonna work. Now let's go to the flight services. We have all the services. Now let's create one class for IMPL. Java class flight instance service IMPL. Implements flight instance service. And annotated with the service class required args constructor. Now let's start creating this implementing this first method, create flight instance. Okay, so do one thing. We want the airline ID here from the request header. Let's accept here airline ID for now. And let's go to the flight instance services. Here also let's provide the airline ID. Airline ID. Okay. Now first we'll fetch the flight. FLIGHT. We'll fetch flight by the flight ID which are coming inside the request. So we need here flight repository. Flight repository dot find by ID. Request dot get flight ID. Or else throw new exception. Flight not found. Okay, here we need to provide the equal to. Now let's do one thing. Dummy aircraft. Let's create the dummy aircraft. Aircraft response. Aircraft equal to new aircraft. And it should be aircraft response. Dot builder. If we want to use dot builder, we need to remove this new keyword builder. Build, and let's set some fields. We need ID, after the builder. Okay, here you can set all the fields. ID 1L, then total seat 90, total seat 90. Okay, now guys, why I have created here dummy aircraft? So when we implement flight fan client and enable service to service communication, that time will fetch aircraft response from the airline service, because inside airline service we have aircraft data. So this aircraft data will fetch from the airline service when we enable service to service communication. Okay, so for now we don't have fan client and we haven't enabled service to service communication. So let's use this dummy aircraft response. Now let's create here flight instance, but we need the mapper. So let's do one thing. Create getter set. Create the to response to entity and to update methods inside the mapper for flight instance. So inside the mapper, let me create one class flight instance mapper. Okay, and first method is to entity. Let's implement that. Public static flight instance, it will return. Method is to entity take a flight instance request. All right, and flight. If flight equal to null, then return null. Else let's return here flight instance dot builder build, and let's set all the fields. First let's set flight, airline ID, let's take this airline ID from the flight ID. flight dot get airline id, then schedule id, request dot get schedule id, departure airport id, request dot get departure airport id not equal to null, then set the request dot get departure airport id, else sorry, after that let's provide the arrival airport id, same request dot get arrival airport id not equal to null, then provide the request dot get arrival airport id else null, then set the departure date time, request dot get departure date time, arrival date time, request dot get arrival date time, okay. After that, total seat, so guys, this total seat should be come from the aircraft. Okay, so for now let's not set here total seat, directly set the status dot status is flight status dot schedule, and minimum advance booking days, let's get from the request dot get minimum advance booking days and maximum advance booking days is active, request dot get is active not equal to null, then request dot get is active, else let's return here false, sorry, true, and finally builds. Okay, so these are ready. Now let's create same for to response. We have set all the fields of flight, then airline id, schedule id, departure airport id, arrival airport id, departure date time, arrival date time, status, minimum advance booking days, maximum advance booking days is active, and let's import this flight instance. So guys, in this to response method, we'll accept a flight instance, aircraft response, airline response, airport response, and this airport response for departure airport, and this airport response for arrival airport. And this is the airline response for airline and aircraft response for aircraft. Now here I will check if flight instance is null, then return null, because in this method we'll take a flight instance and convert that instance to flight instance response. So flight instance response dot builder, then id, first set the id, then flight id we have set here, flight number we have set, flight dot get flight not equal to null, then flight dot get flight dot get flight number, then aircraft id, flight dot get flight dot get aircraft id, aircraft model, aircraft response dot get model, aircraft code, aircraft response dot get code, airline id, flight dot flight instance, sorry, this airline id is flight dot get airline id, then airline name, airline dot get name, airline logo, airline dot logo url, departure airport, departure airport, arrival airport, departure date time, get departure date time, flight I flight instance dot departure date time, arrival date time, flight instance dot get arrival date time, formatted duration, flight instance dot get formatted duration, total seat, available seat, status, minimum advance booking days, maximum advance booking days. This three we don't need. Is active, flight instance dot get is active. Okay, this method is ready to do response. Now let's create to update entity method. To update flight instance request, and existing flight instance. So here we are updating the existing flight instance according the request data coming from the client side. If a request equal to null and everything equal to null, or then return directly without doing anything. Else we'll check if request dot get departure airport ID is not null, then update the departure airport ID. If arrival airport ID not null, then update the arrival airport ID. If request dot get departure date time is not null, then update the departure date time. Same for arrival date time. Same for total seat, available seat, get status. This total seat we can remove, because total seat is depends on the aircraft total seat. So we can't allow user to update the total seat field. And same for request dot get status. Yes, user can update the status, minimum advance booking days and maximum advance booking days. These fields also user can update. Then request dot get is active. Okay, now let's go to the service IMPL. And let's create first here flight instance. Flight instance equal to flight instance mapper dot to entity. Here we need to provide the request and flight. So by using this to entity method, and as I told you guys, we'll set here total seat and available seat of the aircraft to this flight instance. So let's add here set total seat aircraft dot get total seats, and flight instance dot set available seats aircraft dot get total seats. Okay, and all of the things are already setted, like airline ID, then flight, etc. Now let's save into the database. Flight instance saved equal to flight instance repository. Dot save flight instance. Okay, saved into the database. Now let me write here one to do. So what is to do? Once the flight instance are created or saved into the database, we need to create seats, seat instance for this flight instance. So that thing will do it later, because currently we don't have a seat service implemented. So when we implement the seat service, that time we'll implement this. For now, let's to do create seat instances. Okay, now let's convert this convert this flight instance into the response. Let's do one thing, create one method for converting it. Private return flight instance response. Get flight instance or convert to flight instance response. Now here we need the airline response. Same we have done inside the flight service IMPL. Let me do that. Let's copy all this from here and convert. Instead of flight, we'll provide here flight instance. Actually, aircraft we don't need. Let me remove the aircraft here. But we need the airline. So flight instance dot get airline, then departure airport and arrival airport. Flight instance dot get departure airport ID and get arrival airport ID. And let's write for aircraft as well. Aircraft response aircraft equal to aircraft response dot builder dot build. Let's add the ID. Flight instance dot flight get flight dot get aircraft ID. Okay, inside the flight instance we have flight, and inside flight we have get aircraft ID. Now let's return here flight instance. So we have flight instance mapper. Flight instance mapper dot response. Here we need to provide the flight instance aircraft response airline. First we have flight instance, then aircraft response, airline, departure airport and arrival airport. Departure airport and arrival airport. Now let's use this here. let me remove it. Convert to flat instance response, provide here a save flat instance. Okay, so for now guys, we have here created dummy responses. Okay, but this data will fetch from the actual service when we enable service to service communication. Okay, now get a flight instance by ID. Let's implement this method. Flight instance, it will return flight instance equal to flight instance repository dot find by ID, or else throw new exception. Flight instance not found. With the ID, let's provide here ID. And throw the exception. Okay, now let's convert this flight instance to flight instance response and provide here flight instance. Now get by airline ID. Local date time start. We need here start time and end time. Local date time and end start. Let's check here. Equal to on date, not equal to null. Not equal to null. Then provide on date dot. We have method at on date. Let me format it first. Actually, long on date should be the local date. Let me change here as well. On date should be the local date. Okay, now we'll get method at start of the day inside this on day or null. Okay, we are checking if on date equal to null, sorry, not equal to null, then provide this on date at start of the day, else null. This start will be null, and if on date is not null, then start will be this at start of the day. Now same for and. On date not equal to null. Then on date dot plus days. At start of the day. Null. Okay, will plus 1 day. That means this is the midnight of the start day, and this is the end time. End time means, as I told you before, 11:59. This is the end time. When we plus 1 day, that means we are adding 24 hours. Okay, now finally, let's return here. flight instance repository dot find by airline id, and we need to provide here airline id, then departure airport id, arrival airport id, flight id, start and pageable, and let's map it. Flight instance, convert that instance to flight response. Okay, find by airline id, and we have provided pageable as well. Rename reference map in list, cannot resolve method map in a list. Actually, it's not gonna return the list, instead of it will return the pageable. Get by airline id, you can see page. So I have imported this page from data domain pageable. Okay, page flight instance repository. Okay, let me check the repository method. It will return the page pageable. Let's import this. Now it's fake. Where this flight service handle? Yeah, here. Now we need to convert this. Okay, it's asking to replace lambda with the this, convert to flight instance response. Yeah, that's it. Now this method is ready. And one more thing, guys, here we need to write to do. Okay, watch airline id. Watch here airline id. Why guys I have written here, because airline id should not come the front end. From the front end or a client side, we receive the user id. Okay, from that user id will fetch airline. Okay, user id will be the owner id of the airline. So from that owner id will fetch airline, and from the airline will use airline id. So let me write here to do watch airline id, and here also we have written the to do set instances, and airline id create flight instance, same for here as well. Let me write here to do watch airline id, because here also guys will take the user id instead of the airline id, and from that owner id will fetch airline and use that airline id. And here also of dummy, let me write here to do service to service communication. Okay, when we implement service to service communication, that time we need to fetch this aircraft data from airline service. This is to do, this to do, and here create set instances. Means we need to from here we'll process the event, produce the event. Okay. Inside the flight service IMPL also I didn't write, so let me write those here as well. Currently for creating flight I'm getting the airline ID, so let me write here to do watch airline ID. Then get flight by airline. Here also guys, this airline ID not should come directly. Let's write here watch airline ID to do watch airline ID. Then this is okay. For update ID flight request, this is also okay. Change status, and for delete, okay, delete also let me write here watch airline ID to do watch airline ID. Instead of this airline ID, from the client side will receive the user ID. Using that user ID means owner ID will fetch the airline, and from that airline will access the airline ID. And here also to do watch this dummy response, or service to service communication. Service to service communication. Enable service to service communication. Okay, and this line I need inside flight service IMPL, and here convert to flight instance response here as well, because currently these are dummy. Okay, but when we enable service to service communication, we'll fetch those data from the actual service. Okay, now update flight instance. Let's implement this update flight instance. First, let's fetch the existing flight instance. Flight instance existing equal to flight instance repository dot find by ID, or else throw exception. New exception. Flight instance not found. Okay, and now let's use here flight instance mapper. Dot update entity. We need to provide request and existing flight instance. Now let's convert this into the response. Flight instance repository dot save this existing. Okay, now this is updated using this entity method. Sorry, this update entity method. Okay, So guys, let me explain this once more. Go to flight instance. When we use update entity method, it will take request data which are coming from the front end, and user wants to update flight instance request. And in second parameter, it accepts the existing flight instance. So what it will does is, according the request data, it will update existing flight instance entity. So here you can see it's update the existing flight instance object. Okay, once it get updated, we are saved into the database and then convert into the response and return here. Okay, now let me copy this, provide here for this delete method. First we are fetch the existing. Okay, then we'll delete it. So how you can delete? Flight instance repository dot delete existing. We don't need to return anything because it's returning void. Now let's create the controller for this. Let's go to the controller, create one Java class, flight instance controller, annotate with the rest controller, and required as constructor, also request mapping, API, flight flight instance, flight instances, flight instances. Okay, like this. So every controller method or API will start from the /API/flight instances. Now we need here a flight instance service instance. So let's create it. Create our first method, public. It will return response entity flight instance response. Create flight instance. Okay, here we need request header as well. X airline. Okay, from this request header will accept the X airline ID. Long airline ID. And this flight request will come as a request body. So let's provide annotation request body. Also we need to validate this request. So let's annotate with validation to valid as well. This @valid annotation will enable validation on this request body data, means this request object. Let's return response entity dot status, http status created body. Inside the body flight instance service dot create flight instance. Airline ID and request. Okay, now let's annotate this method with the post mapping. Same guys, we need to create for get flight instance ID. Method is get mapping. In the path variable, we'll accept the ID. Get flight instance by ID. Path variable and throw the exception. Flight instance service dot get flight instance by ID. Then this get by airline ID. Okay, get mapping will return a pageable flight instance response. In request header, user ID. Instead of user ID, it should be the airline ID. So for now, let's copy this and provide here airline ID. Airline ID. Now departure airport ID, arrival airport ID, flight ID, and a local date. This is the required parameters, and all these are false, required false. Okay. And now update flight instance and delete flight instance. Let's write for them as well. Create controller for update flight instance. Path variable ID and inside the request body flight instance request. Update flight instance. Then delete flight instance. For delete flight instance, we have delete mapping. And for update, we are using a put mapping. Either you can use a patch mapping as well, guys. Okay. And here, path variable long ID. And of course, we need to remove this validation. Okay, because some fields can be null, which user don't want to update. Null or blank. So flight request. Okay, and for delete flight instance, here we need to provide the flight instance ID. So we are providing that ID, and that's all. Instead of no content, what we can do is we can return API response. API response. So let me create here API response equal to new API response and provide the message flight instance deleted entity dot okay and provide response. That's all. Okay, all our controllers are ready for flight instance. So that's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video, guys. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to create APIs for flight schedule. Let's go to our IntelliJ IDEA and start implementing it. Inside the model, I'll create one entity class. Okay, we'll give it name flight schedule. Flight schedule. Now let's annotate it with entity getter setter builder node constructor and all arts constructor. Okay, also we need the ID as well. So let me copy it and provide the ID. Now, which other fields we need is a flight and schedule relationship. So one flight have many schedules. Okay, private and flight annotated with many to one. Then we have departure airport ID, private long departure airport ID. Then let's provide here nullable false. Same guys, we need to provide arrival airport ID. This departure airport ID and arrival airport ID will copy from the flight entity. So let's provide here long arrival airport ID. Column nullable false. Then departure time and arrival time. Private local time, departure time and arrival time. Start date and end date of the schedule. Private local date, start date and end date. All these are not should be the null. So we need to annotate with column nullable false. It can't be nullable. Okay. Now recursion type or operating days we need to provide. So let's provide the operating days. As I will explain, so don't worry about that. First, let me finish here. Operation days. Operation days is day of week. Operating days. And let me provide here element collection. Operating days, element collection, enumerated. And enum type string. Private boolean is active equal to true. Okay, this much fields is enough. So guys, here you can see we have given the start date and end date. So this schedule will start from this date and it will running till that date. And operating days means, let's say I have given the date range 11/03/2006. This is the start date too, and date is let's say I want to run the schedule for 1 month. So 10/04 means April and 2026. This schedule will run from 11th March to 10 April, around 30 days. Okay, and operating days is not whole week days. Okay, let's say I want to provide the operating days only Monday Tuesday, Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and maybe Friday or Thursday. I don't want to run this flight on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So it will fly only Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. 4 day per week. During this date range. Okay, so I hope now you understand all the fields. This is the starting days of the schedule, and this is the last day of the schedule. And operating days means I don't want to uh, run this flight daily. I just want to run this flight this 4 days per week. And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I want to stop this flight. So on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, flight will not run or not fly, whatever. All right. So our flight schedule entity is now ready. Now let's create one service class. Inside the service, let me create Java class, flight schedule, schedule service IMPL. Implement, let me annotate with the, remove class and provide your interface. Because first we need to create the service class, only then we can create implement class. Okay, now we need here flight schedule response. Okay, let's do one thing. Go to the common lib, src payload response. Let me create here flight schedule response. Flight schedule response. Let's annotate with the data builder. No as constructor, all as constructor. Let's provide here long id private long flight id private string flight number. Okay, then departure airport, arrival airport, etc. So let's provide those fields as well. Departure airport, arrival airport, departure time, arrival time, start date, end date, operating days, and is active. Now let's create the request as well for creating new schedule. Flight schedule request. Okay. And let's annotate this class with data builder, all as constructor, no as constructor. we need to provide flight id. Okay, flight id should not null. Flight id is required to create a flight schedule. Then departure airport id, arrival airport id. Guys, this departure airport id and arrival airport id will copy from the flight. Okay, so I don't need, and I have removed it. Now departure time, arrival time, then start date, end date, operating days, and is active. Now let's start creating service method. First is create flight schedule. It will return flight schedule response. Flight schedule response, create flight schedule, then flight schedule request. Okay, and I need to provide here user id as well. Then we need to create method for get flight schedule by id. It will also return flight schedule response, get flight schedule by id. Then get schedule by airline. List flight schedule response, get flight schedule by airline. Long user id. Okay, get flight schedules by airline, then update flight schedule. And delete flight schedule. Okay, void delete flight schedule. Now let's update the flight schedule. We need here a flight schedule request as well. Now inside the service IMPL, let's create class for flight schedule service IMPL. Flight schedule service IMPL implements flight service flight schedule service. Let's add unimplemented method schedule. Okay, let's change the method name. Great. Now let's create the repository method. Java class interface, then flight schedule repository extends JPA repository, flight schedule and long. We need to create here one method find by airline ID. Okay, so let's go to flight schedule. Inside this we don't have airline ID. We can use a flight.get airline. Okay, this method we can use. So yeah, I think this is the better approach. Let's go to the repository. it will return list of flight schedule. Let's board this. Find by flight dot airline ID. So flight airline ID. Flight dot airline ID. And this is the airline ID. Airline. Okay, airline ID. Now let's go to implementation. And now we can start writing implementation of the first method is create flight schedule. Let's start with this. First, guys, will fetch the flight details with the this flight schedule requests flight ID. Okay, inside this flight schedule request we have flight ID. With that flight ID will fetch the flight details equal to flight repository. Actually, we need to annotate this with the service class and required action constructor. Then it will give me suggestion to create instance of flight response, flight repository. Now, that this we have method find by ID, flight schedule request dot get flight ID. Now it can be or else throw. Exception. Flight not found with ID. With given ID. And let's add the exception signature method. Okay. Once we have flight details, we need to check the start date of the request and end date. As this variable is too long, so let me sort this variable name from flight schedule request to just request. Let me change here as well, and let's change here as well. Now here we'll check that end date should be before the start date. Let's check request dot get end date is before. Start date. Then we need to throw the exception. Throw new exception and date is before start date. Okay, so let's say our start date of the schedule is 12 March. Then end date should be the after this 12. It can be 30, 40, 50, etc. or 10 April. Okay, etc. But it can't be the before, means 10th March. If this is end and this is start, this is the wrong. Okay, in this scenario, if data is coming from the client side, then we need to throw the exception end date is before the start date, because it's not a valid. Now this is the valid because start date is 12 March and end date is 10 April. Great. Now we haven't the mapper. Okay, so we need the mapper. Let's do one thing, create mapper for flights schedule. Flight schedule mapper. Public static flight schedule get to entity. Flight schedule. Now method name is to entity. And flight schedule request. Second parameter is flight. Now first let me return here null for now. Okay guys, so this method will receive flight schedule request and convert into the flight schedule entity, then return it. So in this method, we'll check if flight equal to null or flight request equal to null or request equal to null. Let's provide here or sign. That means either request is null, either flight is null, then return the null. If it is not null, then we need to create the flight schedule entity. How you can do that? Flight schedule dot builder and build. Now after this builder, we need to provide all the fields like flight. Let's add the flight. Then departure airport ID dot departure airport ID. Request dot get departure airport ID. Arrival airport ID. Okay. Departure time. Request dot get departure time. Arrival time, start date, end date, operating days. Arrival time, start date, end date, and operating days. Request dot get operating days. Okay. So first we have set flight, departure airport ID, arrival airport ID, departure time, arrival time, start date, end date, operating days, and is active also you can set. Is active. If request dot get is active not equal to null, then request dot get is active, else let's make it true. Now same guys, we need to create for response and update entity. Flight schedule airport response. Okay, let me remove this and then I will explain it to you. Okay, now guys, after this to entity method we have to response method. This method will take flight schedule entity and convert into the flight schedule response. So if flight schedule equal to null, then return null. Else flight schedule response dot builder set flight schedule ID, then flight ID. Flight schedule dot get flight not equal to null, then set flight schedule dot get flight dot ID. Same for flight number. Flight schedule dot get flight not equal to null, then set flight schedule dot get flight number, else null. Then departure airport. So here we have departure. Arrival airport. So this arrival airport. And departure time, flight schedule dot get departure time, flight schedule dot get arrival time, and flight schedule dot get start date and end date. Then flight schedule dot get operating days is active. Okay, and our flight schedule response is now ready. Now let's create same for update entity. So flight schedule request it will take, and another parameter it will take the existing flight schedule object. So it will, what this method will does is update the existing flight schedule object according the flight schedule request which is coming from the client side. If request equal to null or existing equal to null, then return do nothing. Without doing anything, it will just switch on. If it is not null, then it will update the existing flight schedule object. See here, request.get departure airport ID. Inside the request, departure time. Okay, actually we need to remove this, so let's remove it. And let's remove this as well. Now request.get departure time not equal to null, then update it in existing. So existing.set departure time. Request.get arrival time. Existing.set arrival time. Request.get start date. Existing.set start date. Request.get end date. Existing.set end date. Request.get operating days. Existing.set operating days. Request.get is active not equal to null, then set it here. Okay, now let's go to service IMPL and continue here. Let's continue. Now I will create the flight schedule. Flight schedule equal to flight schedule mapper dot to entity. We need to provide flight schedule request and flight. So let's provide request and flight data. What it says, flight instance request. I need to use here flight schedule mapper. Okay, let's import it. Now it's okay. Now let's save it into the database and let's store this in a variable flight schedule. Flight repository. Actually, it should be flight schedule repository. And provide here flight schedule. Okay, it's saved. Now, once the flight schedule is saved in the database, we need to create flight instances for operating days. So guys, let's say this is the start date and this is the end date, and our operating days is I have taken the example inside the flight schedule. Let me copy that example, go to here, remove this now, and let me write here create flight instance for saved schedule. Okay. So guys, as I told you, this is the start date and this is the end date. And let's assume that this is the operating days. So we need to start loop from this and we need to run it till this date. And for this operating days, we need to create the instance. So let's do that thing here now. List of day of week. Operating days equal to the save schedule. Save schedule. Save schedule dot get operating days. Okay, we have operating days. Now start date we have local date start date equal to dot get start and date. Now we need to create flight schedule request as well first. So flight schedule request. Instead of this news request, we can use here builder. Okay, and let's set all the fields which are required to create new flight schedule. First is schedule ID. Actually, this is sorry, we need to create a request for flight instance. Let me change the flight instance request. And here also flight instance. And we need to provide all the fields which are required to create new flight instance because we are gonna create the instances. First, schedule ID, flight instance request. Flight instance request. Let's go to the IMPL schedule ID this. Okay. After this, I need to provide the schedule ID. Schedule ID. So save schedule ID dot get ID. Then we need to provide the flight ID. Flight dot get ID. Then arrival airport ID. Flight dot get arrival airport ID. Same for departure airport ID. Then we need to provide status. Status is already a schedule. Let's provide the status. Okay, that's it. Now we can run the for loop. So our for loop will start from the start date. Let's provide here local date equal to start date. It will start from the start date and it will run till the end date. So how you can do that? Date dot is after end date. This is the start date. It will run till this condition return false. So currently date dot means this date is after the end date and not sign. So our start date is this 11th March. Okay, and 11th March is after this date. No, that means it will return false. When it return false, this not sign convert into the true. So it will return true. So if it is returning true, it will run the for loop. And in this condition, we are continuously updating the this date dot plus days. See, we are adding days plus days by 1. So first it will run for 11, then 12 March, 13 March, 14 March, 15 March till the 10th April. Okay, now here we'll check if operating days. Guys, here I don't want to directly create the instance like this. I need here flight service instance. First, let me create the private final flight instance service. I can directly create this flight instance service dot create flight instance, and need to provide the flight instance request. And also need to provide the user ID as well. Sorry, it's airline ID. Let me show you this. So you can see this is the airline ID. For now, what we can do is we are fetching the flight by ID. Okay. Now in this flight, we already have the airline ID. Either we can use that airline ID or we can provide from the front end. Let's do one thing. Instead of this user ID, we can get the airline ID. Airline ID here as well. Okay, when we integrate fan client and enable service to service communication, first we'll fetch the airline with owner ID, means user ID. Now from that airline we'll grab the airline ID, and for now let's use it directly here. What we need to provide, first airline ID, then flight instance request airline ID. Okay, great. Guys, this will work if I want to create instance for every day of the week, but I just want to create a flight instance only for provided days by the user or by the client side. Okay, so what I can do is I can write here condition if operating days contain date dot get days of week, only then we need to create this. And now we need to set here departure date time as well. So flight instance request dot set departure date time, local date time dot off date you need to provide, and schedule dot get departure date. Save schedule dot get departure date time. Same guys, we need to set arrival date time as well. Date set arrival date time, local date time dot set or off data. Save schedule dot get arrival it should be the arrival time. Okay, departure time and arrival time. Okay, now it will create the flight instance using this method. And finally guys, we need to convert the schedule saved schedule into the schedule response, where the saved schedule this need to convert the saved schedule into the response. So let's do one thing, create one method here, private. It will return flight schedule response convert to flight schedule response, flight schedule. Okay, airport response we need for departure airport id and arrival airport id. So what we can do is we have created dummy inside the instance. So let's copy this airport, arrival airport and departure airport. Let's copy both, go to here, provide this instead of here we'll provide the flight schedule. Same for this as well. And return we have flight schedule mapper dot to response, flight schedule arrival airport and departure airport. Flight instance flight schedule response, flight schedule mapper dot to response, flight schedule, second arrival and third departure airport. Okay, that is done. Now let me write here to do service to service communication. Okay, great. Now let's convert it here. Saved flight schedule. And here let me write one more to do watch for airline ID. Okay, because we are using here direct airline ID instead of we'll accept here owner ID or user ID of the airline. From that user ID will fetch the airline, and from that airline will grab the airline ID. But for now this will work. Now get flight schedule by ID. Let's implement this method. Get flight schedule by ID. Flight schedule repository find by ID, or else throw the exception. Flight schedule not found with ID. And throw it. Okay. Now we need to convert this a response to flight schedule to flight schedule response and return it. Get flight schedule by airline. So it will return the list of flight schedules equal to flight schedule repository find by airline ID. And here airline ID, let's provide the airline ID, and let me write here to do watch airline ID. Now we need to convert the schedules into the schedule response. How we can do that? Using the map method. Schedules dot stream dot map schedule, and convert I need to provide here schedule. Now let's convert this into the list. Okay, and replace this lambda with. Great. Now let's implement this update schedule method. So we need this. First we need to fetch existing flight schedule. Throw the exception. Then flight schedule dot update to entity mapper dot update to entity. Need to provide a request and this existing flight schedule request flight schedule, and it's updated schedule, actually not a save. Updated schedule. Now we need to convert this into the response. Convert. Okay, that is great. Now guys, same for the delete. First we need to fetch the existing and then delete it. Throw this exception. Okay, this is done. Now it's time to create controller for this. So let's go to the controller package, and inside the controller package create new class and give it name flight schedule controller. Annotate with the REST controller. A required action structure, request mapping, API, schedules. Flight schedule actually. Flight schedule service. Now let's create first method, public response entity, flight schedule response. Now create flight schedule. This is the method. Inside the request body, we'll accept the flight schedule request. We need to annotate with the request body, and we can validate as well with a valid annotation. Then one more header. So for header, let me copy airline header. There you go. We can copy this and use it here. We can write here, watch for airline ID. Okay, that is great. Now it's time to return a response entity dot status, http status dot created body flight schedule service, create flight schedule. Here I need to provide the airline ID and flight schedule request. Throw the exception, and that's it. Now we need to annotate this with the post mapping. Okay, so create flight schedule method is ready. Now same guys, we need the method for get flight schedule. Now let's fix this as well. In the path variable, we'll accept the ID. Okay, with this ID, we'll fetch the flight schedule. Then we have get flight schedules by airline ID. Here also we need to provide the airline ID. So let me copy this in request header. For now, we'll provide the airline ID. Later we'll change to user ID. Airline ID. Okay. Then we have update schedule and delete schedule. Now let me remove this. Throw the exception. See, update schedule in the path variable will provide the ID. It's a put mapping. Okay. And in the request body, we'll accept the flight schedule request. And this valid annotation we need to remove because fields can be empty or blank in the update method. And delete schedule method name is delete mapping. Provide the ID which schedule you want to remove. And flight schedule service dot delete flight schedule ID. Response entity dot no content because it's not returning anything. Either we can use ABI response as well. ABI response And what we can do is we can create new API response, provide here message, schedule, remove success. We need to provide with the double code actually. Okay, and let's respond entity dot okay API response. That's great. Now guys, we have a flight schedule controller. Now we'll actually inside in the first we have create API for flight, then flight instance, and in this video we have create API for flight schedule. Now in the next video we'll test all these APIs. So that's it for this video. Let's meet into the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to test all the APIs which we have created inside flight operation service. Like we have created APIs for flight, then APIs for flight instance, APIs for flight schedule. So let's go to our Postman and test all the APIs. Our guys, first we need to start our server. So let me start the server. Okay, and let's wait a couple of seconds. There you go. Tomcat started on port 5005. Now we need to change the port number here because our flight service is running on 5005. And first API is for create flight. API flights, and inside the request body we need to provide the flight number. Let me give here flight number, flight 12345. Then aircraft ID, departure airport ID, arrival airport ID, departure time, arrival time, terminal. Guys, this terminal and departure time and arrival time we can remove because it's related to flight instance, not related to flight. So we can remove this and just provide this much fields. Now let's send the request. And one more thing guys, inside the header you need to provide the airline ID. And okay, now let's create one more flight with flight number 007. And there you go, flight number 007, ID this, and created it, updated, means flight is created successfully guys. Now let's get all the flight by airline. Okay, let's go to the body, change the port number, send the request. We are getting airline exception that airline ID is required in header, so let's provide here airline ID. Airline ID is currently 1. Let's send the request, and there you go. Content is empty. Okay, and if I go to create here, we have provided airline ID 1, and see the airline ID 1. But when I try to fetch all the flight by airline, why it's giving me the empty content? So there is a problem guys, we need to fix this. Let's go to our code, minimize this, and in flight controller here you can see we have the endpoint get flights by airline, and we are providing the airline ID. Okay, airline ID get flights by airline. And we don't have any endpoint for get all the flights. Okay, so here you can see airline ID is one. Now let's check the flight service IMPL and get flights by airline ID. Find by airline ID. So arrival airport ID. And here we need to provide first airline ID, then departure airport ID, then arrival airport ID, and pageable. So guys, here I have made a mistake. Instead of this arrival airport ID, I need to provide here airline ID. Okay, now server will reload, and let's check now. There you go. This time guys, inside the content we have flights which we have created. Okay, it's working. But if I give in header airline ID 2, this time it should give empty content, because we have created airline currently for only flight only for first airline. Now we can create another flight, and this time let me give airline ID 5. Okay, 5. Now get, or let's give 2. Currently guys, you can see for airline ID 2 we don't have any flight. Okay, it's empty, but now I'm creating new flight. So let's create with this data. Flight number is already exists, so let me change the flight number. Let's give it, and there you go, flight is created. Now let's go to get all flights by airline, and inside content I'm getting the flight. Okay, now get flight by ID guys, we can check. So let's check get flight by ID. Get by ID. Let's give ID 1, and there you go, I'm getting the flight. Okay, now let's go to the flight instance. Flight instance, not cabin, only flight instance. Yeah, there you go. Create flight instance. Okay, for create flight instance we need to provide schedule ID, flight ID, departure ID. So let's do one thing first. Let's create the schedule so that we can use that schedule ID here in creating flight instance. Or what we can do is first let's check get flight instance by flight ID. So flight ID 1, and let's check the instance of it. Okay, we don't have this. Let me check which endpoint we have for flight instance. Create flight instance. This is only for developer mode, because flight instance created automatically when we create the schedule. Now get flight instance by ID. Get flight instance by ID, then get by airline ID. So let's test this get by airline ID. Get by airline ID. Okay, and write our endpoint here, flight instances. Then we need to provide, okay, no need to provide any endpoint here, just provide the X airline ID inside the header. Let's copy this, go to header, provide header airline ID is nothing but 1. Let's send the request. Okay, currently you can see empty content because we don't have any instance. Now let's go to the schedule, flight schedule. So create new flight schedule, API flight schedule. Flight ID is 1, departure airport ID 1, arrival airport ID 3, and departure time, arrival time, start date, end date, recursions type, operating days Monday only. Okay, is active. Now in header, header, do we need to provide the airline ID? Let me check for schedule. Yes, we need to provide the airline ID. So let's provide the airline ID. That is nothing but 1. Okay, now I will send the request and connection refuse because flight operation service server is running on 5005. Let's hit it again, and schedule is created, guys. So when schedule is created, flight instance should create automatically. So let's check for flight instance now. And there you go, guys. Inside the content, now we have all the flight instances. Okay. And now we can get all the schedules by airline ID or get flight schedules. So let's check all the schedules. Get schedule by airline ID. Schedules inside the header, we need to provide the airline ID. X airline ID for first airline, and server is running on 5005. Okay, currently we have only one schedule. Now if I give another ID, this time I should get empty array. Okay, so guys, our all the APIs is working fine. That's it for this video. Now let's meet in the next video.